Hey, what's up? This is your girl Diamond. I usually go live every Friday at 7 o'clock. And I'm on time this week. So, this live is going to revolve around the documentary called Patient Zero. It's on Prime right now. And I thought it was an amazing documentary. And I hope that y'all have already watched it or I inspire y'all to watch it because it was actually really, really good. Hey, Ray. Hey, Andre. Hey, Android. And so, if you have not seen this documentary, make sure y'all check it out. It's called Patient Zero, and it's on Prime if you have Prime, or you can pirate it somewhere. I'm pretty sure if you don't have Prime. It came out a couple of years ago. Patient Zero ain't have no black folks. I couldn't get into it. Well, you missed some good stuff if if you watch documentaries for black people. You gotta sometimes you watch things for education, not just for race. But I understand if that's it needed some. If it needed more people of color for you, even though I had a few, not a lot, but in the era of time and what they were talking about, you wouldn't see a lot of us in this era of time. Not because the people it was affecting was white gay men um, in the beginning, and that's what this this documentary was kind of focused on. Yes, I have, but that's in this time. So it's a whole different context when we're talking about the beginning, like patient zero in the beginning. And so what they were talking about how it was found, the very, really, really specific cases in the beginning, how it was like, oh, something's happening. This isn't just like something normal. This is something like sprouting up. Hey, CL. Hey, Jenny. Hey, QB. Shakila. Come on, Shakila. That sounds like a like a fake name, like a name somebody would give, like a racist white man would give, like a black killer, or like a black character in their play. Shakila. Come on, Tubi. I think it is on Tubi too, if you have Tubi. Hey, Ann. It's easier with a K. That makes sense. All right, all right, all right, all right. So this is talking about the early days of the HIV epidemic. And why I thought that this documentary was really, really, really well done is because before they get into the details about patient zero, they talk about they really give a lot of in-depth context to the culture and what was going on in the culture in the late 70s and early 80s when it comes to queer community and the mindset and what was happening and they interviewed a lot of people who clearly was culturally competent, and also a lot of times sometimes people will people can be really really articulate about their own anecdotal experience, but it's a rare bird for people to give you cultural context and relate it to their cultural experience, and also just kind of give you a broader picture outside of themselves. It is a rare bird for people to be able to do that, because people, it's just easier because they're coming from their own perspective. It's easier for them to just talk about their own anecdotal experience instead of talking about what people were thinking and doing, and how the culture was moving. Because in order for you to do that, you have to be culturally observant and competent and see what's happening. You have to be out there. You can't be talking about something and all you did was stay in house. You really had to be out in these streets and see and having and being personable and having conversation and paying attention to the world. Um, and sometimes people don't have the range to actually discuss it. And what I love, 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 love about whoever did the casting of this particular documentary is it felt like they were really really diligent in getting experts who can articulate the minds of um what was going on in the culture and the minds of the people through the bigger lens, and through their own personal experience, and how those nuanced experiences kind of explain what was going on in the culture. And I just think they did a really, really good job in setting the stage for how we understand patient zero. Got it? So I kind of want to kind of explore that in the beginning too. Um, so by the time I come out in 94 and I am out in these gay streets, it was really towards the end. It The end kind of was like 95, 96, where it was like, oh, people, there's medicine, we know way more about it. We know how to prevent it. It started to just get it just the sun was coming up. Tomorrow, tomorrow, there's always tomorrow. It was just more of a brighter day on the horizon when it comes to HIV. I just remember when I first came out, and probably because I was young and queer, it just was, baby, a sledgehammer, baby. They was AIDS everywhere you go, baby. They're wearing you out about AIDS in a positive and negative way. In a negative way, and usually cishet church motherfuckers, they're like, the gay disease and da 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 da. This is what's gonna take you out if you go down this road. But then even people who were not homophobes, who were just activists and diligent about, you need to be safe. We went through a whole period of people just dying, and we didn't know what this was, and people are just dying. We're losing whole generations of people, and we don't want you young people to go to be dying. And so we know way more than we did 10, 15 years ago. And we don't want what we know now, this is what can help you. Make sure you use condoms. Make sure that you just all the things around how to protect yourself and prevention that they knew at the time. And so they were just hammering you in the head with it. Hammer, 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 hammer. So I thought that in this film, it was interesting how they were describing how life was prior to AIDS, like prior to the outbreak, prior to it. It was almost at a time, it was at a time after the revolution that happened in the 60s, late 60s and early 70s. So in the late 60s, early 70s, prior to that, people were out here being in the closet. People were out here not living their truth. It was super, super undercover. You would get fired. You cannot live as a queer person out proud and out loud. It just was not possible. It would you just could not do that. And so when the gay liberation scene happened, it just opened the door for people to be way more free. And so this is happening. Stonewall happened, and Stonewall is not the only damn. I know during Pride we kind of, and I've talked about this before. I think it's because it happened in New York, and New York City is like the capital of the United States. I know we know that DC is the official capital of the United States, but when it comes to major cities in America, the number one is New York, right? And so I think because Stonewall happened in New York, there's a privilege that comes in that, even though tons of riots and other things like Stonewall happened outside of New York, before New York, when we think about Compton Cafeteria, when we think about just different ones that kind of sparked up. You can Google that rebellious LGBT events in the United States. Stonewall, I always think it's just because it happened in New York. And so, but this it was just this upheaval of time that was being inspired by the Black civil rights movement. So, because of what was happening in the Black civil rights movement as a whole, the things that were happening was inspiring other marginalized groups to be like, yeah, this is bullshit. And so that was one of the identity, and especially if you had intersecting identities, because then what you were learning on one movement, you can pass over to this movement. Look at what we did over here. Look at you see what I'm saying? So if you Black and queer, look, it is time, and you think I'm gonna be inspired by my race to buck up against the system and say, no, this is not fair. We need to vote and da 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 da. And you think that same attitude is not gonna transfer over to my queerness in wanting freedom in that aspect of my life too? Absolutely. It's going to buck up in all of who you are. You want to be free. You want to be free from racism. You want to be free from sexism. This is why we also see the women's movement growing and getting bigger, because all of these things, people who are oppressed, that we know that there is that all of those oppressions are connected. And so when you see yourself, when you see a certain part of your identity kind of rising up out of the ashes, of course other identity is going to be either inspired by you, and if you have, like I said, if you have shared identities, multiple identities, you start getting freedom over here, you're going to want freedom over here. And so by the time we get to the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, we're talking about 20 years of fighting for our rights to be free, and fighting for the government to step in and say you cannot discriminate against us. And also, women, gay people, Black people, just in a different way. Um, you got to also think about the medical field. There was centuries of women being put in insane asylums, trying to get fixed, trying to get making up fake they were making up fake ass fucking diseases, hysteria for women, and locking them up in mental institutions so doctors can um um just do all kinds of crazy ass shit, like any kind of experimentation. When we even think about what is it, J. Marion Sims or whatever the fuck his name is, the father of gynecology. When we think about how he was doing to the slaves, and then there was other shit going on, like in these fucking asylums where they're using experimental medication, experimental surgeries that were sometimes fatal but sometimes deforming, or all kinds of shit. all of us, women, Black people, gay people, the medical industry was weaponized against us as a means of control for a long ass fucking time. A long ass fucking time. So, us trusting the medical field was a motherfucking side eye. So, but what was happening because of the ground we were getting historically, shit was changing in the medical field too. So when we get to the early 70s, right after fucking the upheavals of the late 60s, we see the medical people, particular psychological field, they were taking us out of the DSM, taking us, making it not some deviant mental health thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, just because these people are moving forward and being progressive doesn't mean that the culture moves just as fast. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that the hearts and mind of the people moves as fast. Just because, ooh, we took you out of the crazy book, that doesn't mean the people that you've been teaching that we were crazy for fucking centuries is gonna automatically change their mind. Okay, you get what I'm saying? So that don't mean the religious zealots is not going to still think we're crazy and sexual deviants and sinners and demons and da 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 da. It doesn't mean that they're going to change, and we can see that now. You feel what I'm saying? Just because there is a shift in the mindset, because trans people just got taken out of. There was a shift in the DSM-5 when it comes to our diagnosis and disorders and da 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 da. But that don't mean that the people still aren't thinking that we're crazy. Do you get the difference? There can be some progression, but that doesn't mean that the people's in their hearts and mind have progressed. You get what I'm saying? So, so when we get to the early 70s, we have this kind of this kind of shift in a cultural shift in letting people do what they want to do. And so how and it's really really for reflecting in the time. But um you you cross the threshold and you can't go back. We can't go back to being in the closet, babe. That's not what's going to happen. And now there are some people who are living 20 years after this change, they're living their truth, and there is various degrees in how people are living their truth. Okay, various degrees in. There's some people who's like, we still want to be not in the closet, but still kind of mask for mask, still kind of blendable. We don't want to be super super flamboyant and gay, because we know that, like I said, there everybody hearts and mind has not changed, but we also don't want to be like super in the closet, in that we don't want to have to, if you remember, there's some times that you could only go to parties, secret parties. They didn't have to have that no more. There was clubs, Studio 54, clubs in San Francisco, clubs in New Orleans, clubs in New York. It's all these kind of queer centered clubs that was popping for queer people, and it was, nobody wanted to go back to the days to where everybody was in the closet and there wasn't no community. And so there was a level of freedom. There's also when the sexual liberation time was kind of happening too. So people was just getting into not only homosexuality, but just different ways in thinking about sex. If we did the conversation about the Miss Foundation, not Miss Foundation, the Miss magazines, um, their inception and the things that they went through when it comes to that magazine and the feminist movement. And if you remember, I was telling y'all that, even how women thought about their bodies and orgasms and their vaginas and clits and all the things that how they actually thought about sex and taught about sex and taught about pleasure and taught about their body was just totally different after this movement. And so this is the 70s. 70s was like, even somebody in the movie quoted, they were like, in the 20th century, the 20s in Did it say Berlin? I can't remember. They said the 2 decades it was the bomb was like the 20s in somewhere, and then something in Paris, and then the 70s in New York and in the United States. And because of the cultural freedom. So imagine you're coming out as a queer person, and you are in this kind of like hedonistic time in the culture where you are kind of just free. You are no longer, it's almost like a child, like a childlike freedom, especially the way they culturally describe it. Where there's a commercialization of gay sex and gay culture that is happening on the ground. Clubs, um, bars, um, you know, sex parties. Don't think about drugs. All these things are kind of colliding. The freedom of, and remember, I'm talking about prior to the AIDS epidemic happening. So we fought for gay rights and gay freedom, gay liberation, sexual freedom, sexual liberation, and race relations was better. Do you see what I'm saying? So everybody is like, we did all that fighting in the 60s, and now we are living in the fruits of our labor. And you see upward mobility when it comes to race relations, and then you see upward mobilities when it comes to women's relations. Okay, we see these things kind of open it up, women getting into the job market. So this is kind of like social mobility up, but these are kind of identities that are like rooted in kind of like gender and race, da da da. But the sexuality one, because it was rooted in sex, that ain't about upward mobility. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not like, ooh, the gays are coming up. Yes, of course, they're getting more opportunities because they're not getting fired from jobs. But the undergird, the underbelly of that particular culture is sex. And so that sexual freedom started to be a part of the identity. And so there was a lot of fucking going on. There was a lot of fucking going on. Very hedonistic, a lot of fucking, and the way people described it was, and it doesn't mean that everybody was doing this, but in Annie, is it Annie Leibovitz? I think that's what she's in, a culture. She was like, oh, she says, she described it. She's like, I want you to think about it. She was like, think about if you were a heterosexual man and there was a street that you can go to in a city, and it's nothing but legal, hot, 20 something year old girls that want to fuck you, and will fuck you and can fuck you. And you can go to that street and they will have sex with you. That is what gay men were living. She was like, that's what gay men were living. There was an area that was gay as hell in Greenwich Village, and you can just go there and have sex. Like it was like, and it's normal. You can't do it because women ain't out here doing it like that. In that same free love kind of way that the gays was. So in that regards, it was like, it just was a certain freedom. It was a certain of, oh, we can just be ourselves. Not only are we finding community, we actually can learn. We can do this without shame. So we're learning, and they even in depthly talked about how, one of them talked about how even learning how to bottom, and the pleasure of bottoming, there was a cultural moment, like a culture of teaching you how to douche, teaching you about poppers, how poppers can help you relax, just different ways. Like he was saying like it was a culture of teaching people how to enjoy bottoming, as opposed to back in when we hadn't made this kind of change. All that shit was behind closed doors, so everybody wasn't talking about it freely. But in now this era of time, late 70s, early 80s, blah blah blah, people are actually talking about it and discussing it. Like it's in our little zines, it's in our it's in our mail out newsletter, how to relax, how to bottom, how to. So we're exploring a whole different genre of sex in a way that in a in a freedom to explore it that we hadn't lived. Now we're actually living it. So I thought that them spending time describing that in the documentary and the culture of that gives deep context, and they did it in a humane way. It wasn't just like, because they also talked about how everybody wasn't out here on that. Everybody wasn't out here because out here on some, oh, I want to have sex with everybody. That's not everybody. But the freedom of, if you wanted to, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And we can just be free and be friends with each other and meet. And this one is a little bit more promiscuous. This one is not. This one it's just the freedom of being able to do what you want without the heavy consequences that we used to have. Did it mean total discrimination was gone? No, but it wasn't heavy like it was 50s and the 60s. In the fucking 50s, they were putting out commercials saying that all gay men were sexual deviants, crazy in the head, and want to take your children. Like commercials that will come on TV. Like the homophiles and da 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 da. The scary homophiles are trying to pick up your children. Like it was a whole different vibe than what was happening in the 50s and 60s, as opposed to what was happening in the 70s and 80s. Whole different vibe. And so yes, I love that they gave that context so that when you get into the meat and potatoes of the story, you understand what was happening and why people were doing what they were doing in response to AIDS. All right. So in March of, hey Devin, in March 30th, 1984, early in the pandemic, um, the the main person um, who is patient zero is Gatan Dugas. He's a gay man who was a flight attendant. He was a flaming, flamboyant queen, beautiful man. Um, he was so gay that he couldn't hide it, because that's another thing that people kind of look over too. There are some people who just, how their femininity and how they are, they cannot hide it. Like it's not like everybody don't have the option of, oh, let me put on some butchy clothes and I can seem masculine. Everybody just ain't that. It's some people who it don't matter what they do, you gonna know they're a queer man. That's just what it is. And so this is one of them. And so Gatan, like I said, he was a super, super flaming queen. And he wasn't anybody's kind of DL. He was just open. Um, and he was French Canadian. And so the context of that is French have always been a little more progressive when it comes to this kind of stuff. That's why we talked about on Enigma how they had whole popular trans venues where the girls was free and doing their thing. So not saying that it was no discrimination, but it just was a little bit more progressive. And when we think about like James Baldwin and and Richard Wright and some of the people who are classically gay men, they went to Paris and France to live because it was just a little bit more free on a racial level and on the queer level. And so this is a white gay male flight attendant who was French Canadian. So his family was way accepting of him. So before he becomes a flight attendant, he has a house full of sisters. A family that loves him and cares for him, and so he's coming into the world of being a flight attendant as somebody who I have my family support, baby, so I don't need to worry. And I'm a flight attendant. They allow me to be flamboyant and gay because I'm a flight attendant. And so I not only have a job that I do really, really well, and everybody loves me at my job, I also have a family support me. So I don't have the same problems that somebody else might have when it comes to when they're making the decision on whether or not to hide if they're gay or not. I don't have to hide shit. My family knows, my families accept me. My job knows, my job accept me. Well, who else the fuck I got to answer to as a grown ass man? So I want you to think about this is why he was as free as he was because of his upbringing and because of his financial circumstances. So he didn't need to appeal to anybody because his family accepted him and his job accepted him. So that gives a context of who this person is. And so and also who he was. He was a hot, young, blonde, bilingual foreigner with access to the world because he was a flight attendant. He would be flying all around the country. He worked for Air Canada. So he would be going so many places and free, and he's hot, young, and blonde. A hot, young, attractive, physically fit gay man. White gay man. And so and why that context is important is because he would be the one that they demonize and claim that he brought AIDS to America. Like he's the one who brought it to everybody. That's why they called him patient zero by mistake, but we'll get into that later. So what started to happen, and they describe this beautifully. So they describe the beautifulness of the freedom of the gay culture in the beginning. The beautifulness, the how everybody's free, everybody doing their thing. It's just like gay liberation happening, and we fucking happened, and we fucking liberated. So we out here. Got it? And so then the one dude says, my straight homeboy called me. He knows I'm gay. And he called me. He was like, oh, you hear about this gay cancer? And he was like, what? And he was like, it ain't no such thing as no gay cancer because gay don't make you fucking don't make you get cancer. What the fuck? This is just some homophobic shit. To him, because of the cultural shift, he was like, oh, these motherfuckers is just being homophobic and making this shit up. So he dismissed it. But then it just started to be this thing where this person is dying from random, similar, but like just like you too young to have these certain things. Like what's the Carposa? God, what's the last word? What's the one with the red spots? Carposi. They were talking about it. It's the lesions. It's I gotta look it up. So they start getting these things that was usually only yes, Kaposi sarcoma. Yes. So they were getting these things that only old people was getting. And so they're like, yo, what the fuck? They're like, how are the young, attractive men getting this disease that is normally, we normally see this in way old people who are so old that their immune system is kind of like deteriorating. So we don't really see this. And in these people it's getting like really, really extreme. So that's one sector, particularly on the East Coast, where is a bunch of motherfuckers getting that. And that just wasn't common in young people. Then in the sector of San Francisco, motherfuckers was dying of pneumonia. And it was like, damn, it's a bunch of fucking gay men that are dying of pneumonia. And they just started to see these different clusters of people kind of rising up. And so the grids, they named it grids at first, which made it seem like it was nothing but gay shit. um and then they weren't making the connection. Like they were like, we can't, we just, the CDC, we can't really make the connection because we can't find what's going on. So we've been through this type of situation. It just wasn't specific with COVID. Remember when they were figuring out what COVID was and what was happening, and they were like, we're trying to figure out, is this airborne, is it this, is it how this all works? They're figuring it out because this is a new mutation, not a new virus. It's a new mutation of the virus we already know. And so, and in that same context, you got the political shit going on. We all know how this works because we just experienced it for the past 5 years. We just experienced this. We know that there's something that's happening in the science when they're figuring it out, and then there's something that's happening how people are reporting it and can twist it and make it worse than what it is, or make it smaller than what it is. All these and it can all be affected by the politics of the day. This is what was happening when AIDS was first coming out. Like when it was first, I'm saying like it's coming out, like I'm coming out. No, I want the world to know. Um, it was it was a it just was a time where, and they described this so beautifully, where there was a right wing thing happening here in America. Every high school should be required student to watch it and write an essay. Yes, I love it. It was really, really good. So remember, who is the Republicans' king? No, it's not Trump. Who is the Republicans' like favorite president in the world? Reagan. Reagan is their king. So this is the time when Reagan came to power. This is 1981, 81, and he's coming to power. And there is this conservative uprising that will affect us to this day. It would affect us to this day. And so this is the rise of Reaganomics. This is the rise of all the things that was happening. And so and it is the backlash of what was, you got to understand too, we were winning. And when I say we, I am a Black queer woman. I mean all three of that shit. So we were, from the 50s to the 70s, we were winning in regards to shift the culture in a better direction for all of us. Okay. So 50s, 60s, 70s, it's like a shift and we were winning. There is going to be a backlash. That's how democracy works. There is going to be a backlash. If you're watching, make sure you thumbs up. There is going to be a backlash. There's going to be a rise in the opposite end. There's going to be a rise in the opposite end. And so what we see in the late 70s, particularly early 80s, is the rise of conservatism. So you got the flower child, the flower peace and love, of the late 60s, and then we got the sexual liberations of the 70s where everybody's sparkly and blah 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 blah. But what happens in the 80s? Just say on a fashion level. Don't even think about the other stuff. What happens on the fashion level? We start to see a more conservative fashion look. You get the broad shoulders, you get the suits and the tailoring, and more minimal, simplistic look of the 80s. Now, I know when we think of 80s, we think of all the graphic and da 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 da. Of course, there's some people who kind of stand out, but in general, 80s what in 80s was way more conservative than the 70s, and the 70s was. The 70s, the men were wearing fucking blouses, different colors. The colors was bright and fun and tight and feminine. There was a gender bending kind of even within the straight men, in the straight men culture. It was just a fluidity of the fashion. Fast forward to the 80s, you get the suits. Yeah, somebody said the shoulder pads, the finance bros, and the even the women was in tailored suits and covered and not as sexy and not as free. The bras, and it just was. Remember, they had burned the bras. They was bra burning. Bras had came back. Playtex, and it started to be way more conservative in the 80s and 90s too. It started to shift back. It usually take like a 20-30 year shift, usually. um Even the graffiti and all the street culture, mainstream was given more button up. Absolutely, the graffiti people like Basquiat, um that stuff was considered alternative. It was not the mainstream. Mainstream was button up. When we think about movies, what movies kind of give you this idea? Think about movies like it was a big class difference too. Think about movies like Trading Places, American Psycho. Yes, what movies kind of really show you this kind of 80s vibe? Anyway, y'all know what I mean. It started this. It was this rise of conservatism. So imagine gay people who just got liberated, and the right wing Christian people was like, "Damn, we done let this homosexual beast out." Okay, you got Anita Bryant. Y'all know Anita Bryant was the beauty queen singer chick that turned super Christian. That was so anti-gay. Blah 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 blah. Anita Bryant. Um, what is the dude? Who's the fat white man? Larry Farwell or Farwell? I think that's what's his name. What's my brain doing? My brain is it Larry Farwell? Is it Larry? Orange lady. Who's the orange lady? Tammy Faye Baker. Is that who you talking about? Let me get my drink. Jerry Farwell. Yes, Jerry Farwell. Um, we see we see these people on a campaign to wear us out, but people was like, "Oh, y'all tripping." You feel what I'm saying? Y'all just being fucking homophobic. We're winning, but there's a campaign against us. It's just that they are not the popular thing to talk about it. You feel what I'm saying? But imagine you're in this uptick of your particular culture. So we just experienced this. If you are a trans person listening, um, Anita was the orange lady. She was oh yeah, she was, because she was in Florida, wasn't she? Yeah. Um, Nancy Reagan too. Yes, conservative. These are conservative women. Um, so imagine that you're kind of winning. We just experienced this. We just experienced this as queer people. For the past 15 years, we have had major wins for us. Gay marriage. How long have they been talking about gay marriage? Since the fucking 90s. and we get it in 2015, gay marriage, trans people there's like a renaissance of the trans narrative. Now we're seeing a backlash now, but for the past 15 years, when it comes to queer people, from let's even expand it from the 90s, say from the 90s to late 90s to the yeah, this first 20 years. Let's say this first 20 years of the millennia, okay? We've had some really, really good advances when it comes to queer people. We've had queer stories. Are they perfect? No. But we've had our queer stories told, books and shows and representation. It just was an uptick in those in the advance when it comes to us. Can we agree? Um, so we just experienced this. Ima- and we right now see how right-wing people are talking about us. We see how they're making it seem, particular trans people, but how they are talking about us in a negative way. Imagine if right now there was a disease that came out that was only affecting queer people. How would they tell the story? They will do exactly what they did in the 80s. They will say, right wing zealots will say, this is God's punishment to y'all. We told y'all 20 years ago that God don't like this. God don't like ugly, baby. And y'all doing this ugly gay stuff, trying to make it normal. And now you got this disease that done came out that don't nobody know about that's ravishing y'all community. All that gay stuff y'all doing on Broadway is killing the actors on Broadway. It's killing all the seamstresses, the makeup artists, all the gay stuff that we know is concentrated with gay motherfuckers. It's killing y'all. And it's the Lord's doing. And so that's what was happening. Like the language around telling the story about AIDS was, yo, this is punishing you hoes. We know that. We we know that. But I want you to just imagine living it. I want you to imagine living it. Because there's a difference between kind of what we got going on now, where we have the historical context to give us to understand it a little bit. But imagine you just went through all of this to be free, and now you're free, and you done been having all this fun and having tons of sex. Remember, I haven't. I don't know how old many of you are, but I haven't lived in a sexual world where their AIDS didn't exist. When I came into my sexual adulthood, AIDS was here. And we knew that sexuality, sex can be deadly. That I've never been in a world where sex wasn't potentially deadly. So, but imagine being in a world where it was not. Like it didn't exist, you just free. And you can just enjoy sex. Yeah, you might get a little gonorrhea, a little clap, but you go get some penicillin, you good. There was no, sex wasn't deadly. And so the freedom of that. And then boom, you got the people, something come out that's killing y'all. So, right, type that sentence again. What that sentence say? And it was rife to us born in the 80s. So it was scary. Explain that a little bit. I don't know. I don't really get the sentence. Think about that often. Like, what was sex like before AIDS and HIV? Yeah. So imagine that. Like, You've been closeted and not able to explore your sexuality at all. You fight for your rights to be free, and you got a good 10, 15 years. Let me see. Stonewall happened late 60s. This is early 70s. So, yeah, like 10, 15, at the most 15. So, 10, 15 years, because this started to happen like 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. Yeah, early 80s. And so it starts to happen, and then this disease, which you see affecting gay people, clock it. So it's not like they're making it up. Like, you see your friends dying, you see the people around you getting sick, and the right wing people are on the news saying, "This is what the Lord made for you. We're not about to invest no money in taking care of you, motherfuckers. Y'all shouldn't be gay." Monkeypox kind of scared us again, but then that cleared up. Yeah, that's true. Um, I mean, AIDS was rife during the time, so for us born in the 80s, sex was a scary thing. Yeah, yeah, for sure. So in that, so okay, so you have this stuff happening, but they also don't have any. Oh, let me go back to gay 10 before I get into this next point I want to make. So gay 10 is like, so imagine you kind of like you going through this process where motherfuckers is dying, and you're getting sick. That was what was happening with gay 10. So they were like, it's funny that his name is gay 10. Gay. Gay 10. um he started to get physically, he started to get the Kaposi sarcoma. And so he had some lesions on his face and on his nose. He started to look more sick. Um, and so they described how they ended up finding him. And because he was a flight attendant, he had multiple clusters of people that he had sex with, and he was open to the CDC to talk to them about who he had sex with. He was like, I got a whole book of people that I have had sex with because I'm young, attractive, and free. So here, I want to help. I want to help. So there was no shame because he was an open gay man and not trying to hide it like the other people. He was very open in discussing with them. This is who I had sex with. This is who I did. Da, 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 da. And they found him through other people in this one cluster in LA who they all had messed around with this dude who had an accent that was from Canada. And so they found him, got his number, and then they start going through talking about his partners. Now they named him it was California patient something. Then they named him patient. Once they figured out he wasn't from California, they named him patient O, which would be mistranslated into patient zero later on. So clock that T. So they named him patient O. So the scientists involved, I lost a lot of friends in AIDS and 80. The scientists involved, they knew based on their expertise that this was not the first person who had AIDS. Like, this is not the person who brought AIDS here. They knew from the beginning that this was not it. Based on the profile of the virus. Do you see what I'm saying? They were able to say, this is, he kind of like smack dab in the middle in regards, because how they can measure it is how it has mutated and changed. And so where he was in the sequence of the virus, he was right in the middle. So he was nowhere near, technically, if you wanted to be like the first patient, he was not that. But because people were so thirsty to demonize somebody and thirsty to get the information out on all sides, queer side, everybody, they were trying to figure it out. because this was putting a the way they described it, this was putting a damper on their freedom. Like people were dying. So they was like, oh, we don't know if this is airborne. We don't know if this is da 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 da. So they gave somebody, this white man, basically, this guy, what was his name? See if I can find it. He wrote a book and exposed Gaytan to the public. And there was this whole ordeal about the public putting it out in putting his name out and demonizing him as patient zero. So now the whole community is making it seem like he is the one that gave everybody AIDS because he was a flight attendant and able to go have sex with multiple people in all these different cities. And now it's spreading, and he's the reason why he's killing everybody. So, but this was not true. This was not, he was not patient zero, but they branded him as that. And so when he would come and be out in San Francisco, because he's a flight attendant out, still working, um probably contributed. No, because he was smack dab in the middle, it wasn't him. I'm sure he infected multiple people, but it wasn't like the culture of people having sex was just having sex. It wasn't just everybody was doing it. It wasn't just it wasn't just him. And because of where they found his sequence, he was like smack dab in the middle. It wasn't like he was like one of the first infected. He was smack dab in the middle. So it's no way to figure out um how to pinpoint it on anybody at this point. Wasn't any HIPAA back then. When did HIPAA start? I don't know. Y'all have to look that up. When did HIPAA start? Um, People have been dying for years. Yeah. One of the first people diagnosed in the 60s lives here in Houston. They're still alive, which it was amazing. Amazing to me. Um, and because they had got diagnosed when they was really young with grids, when it was named grids. Hmm. He got diagnosed in his teens, and yeah, he's still alive. He be coming out to events. And so yes, people had our HIPAA was in 1996. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's they got a strong immune system. Yes, and they've been on medications for the longest. So pre-80s, what was this discussion around condom usage? First of all, gay condoms was about pregnancy, not necessarily disease. Disease. So there wasn't really a condom conversation. Most people condoms were used like kind of to prevent pregnancy. And so gay niggas weren't preventing no pregnancy. So why would we be using condoms? That's the mindset. It was like, and there wasn't no diseases. There was diseases, but nothing that was fatal, super fatal like this. Yeah, it was about preventing pregnancy. I wonder how some of the people who were diagnosed in the 80s are still living. It's because they might have a different strand or just stronger immune system and meds. Yes, I think it's all of that. I think that's all. There's so many elements to it. There's so many elements. And some people are elite controllers too. Drewby, describe what an elite discover elite controller to. Describe what that is. Yes. Oh, we're talking about a documentary. Elite controllers are people who have strong immune systems that don't show or experience HIV symptoms. Um, yeah, a very small minority of white people are immune to HIV. The stigma of HIV. So imagine the racist things that could be said about those people. Not about those people, but from those people. They could think that they're special. God bless them. The stigma HIV kind of guided how I lived my life. That is to say, doing everything possible to avoid catching the virus. Absolutely. AZT was supposed to have killed some people too. They don't know a lot about when my friend took it in the 80s. Yep. AZT was experimental, baby. Early on. Um, uh, 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 uh. I lost 10 people to AIDS in 2005. It was a lot of people. In the early times of my teens, motherfuckers was dropping like flies, baby. Absolutely. Um, so I want to point out this how the CDC was communicating and what this part of the conversation revealed about their communications. I don't know about y'all, but when I be watching motherfucking true crime shit from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I be like, it was the fucking Wild Wild West. These motherfuckers didn't know shit. Like, as far as like the police, they didn't. The police and the doctors, they be knowing stuff, but sometimes it be like, oh, y'all don't really be knowing shit. Y'all can't catch people for real. Back in the day, when DNA started to pop up, that's when y'all really started narrowing down how to catch people and when y'all really got the forensic shit popping. But prior to that, y'all motherfuckers, they just was out here killing people. Think about Ted Bundy. Think about like all the serial killers of that era. They were just out here and y'all couldn't figure it out. Y'all could, I know even people like taking on new identities, y'all couldn't find them. They'd be in a whole motherfucking new identity. And y'all didn't know. Kidnapping people, kids. That shit was fucking. Sometimes it'd be wild as shit, and so that's what I was thinking about. A lot of serial killers were running wild. Yes, it was crazy, and they couldn't figure shit out. Or it'd be some bullshit where they like. Remember when Jeffrey Dahmer, when that little boy almost not got released, but what's the word? He almost got away from fucking Jeffrey Dahmer, and the black lady saw him and they fucking took the boy back to Dahmer because he was gay, and they was like, "Oh, these just some faggots doing some gay shit." What? That shit was crazy as hell to me. That shit was crazy as hell. I was like, "What? Y'all just was out here just fucking crazy." It's some of the craziest ass shit. Even it and yeah, it just was crazy. So this reminded me of that when the CDC was just talking and don't really know what the fuck they talking about. They know certain things like the science of it, but they didn't have any kind of protections of the people that they were fucking supposed to be trying to help. And so them getting the twisted information out to the media, the toxic ass fucking media, about patient zero, it revealed a lot about public health communication when it comes to discussing shit during crisis. They had not built up. I have a hiccups. Ooh. It felt like they hadn't built up a protocol of how to handle this fucking shit, because ain't no way this dude is open enough to help you figure out, the different clusters and different things of what was going on, and you just give the information to this fucking news reporter. The fuck? Shit was fucking crazy. It was crazy to me. But it also kind of reveals the struggle between science and politics. But like I said, we experienced this with COVID. You got the politics of the right wing and the politics of the left wing, and then you got what the scientists said. Remember how crazy fucking Trump was talking about fucking drinking bleach? Y'all remember crazy ass shit like that? And Dr. Fauci was like, nah, bruh. What the fuck you talking about? Like, what is going on? And then it just was a bunch of fucking bullshit that was being told on the right, on the left. Some left trying to be as science based as possible, but they're also trying to combat the right. It just was crazy ass shit. The CDC don't know if they did, they would have caught what was going on in the 50s, 60s, and of the AIDS epidemic. So I want to talk about what I think it was Chris. Chris said that there's a difference between primary cases, first cases in a specific cluster, and a true index case, first human case ever. Why the public often prefers the oversimplification of the patient zero. That's what I wanted. That's what I was talking about. I think it was Chris. I think Chris said that. There is primary cases in like a cluster. So if I go fuck my neighbor next door, then I go across the town and fuck dude, and then I travel to New Orleans and fuck dude. So I got 3 dudes. I'm the primary case in this cluster. You feel what I'm saying? But me being a primary case in the cluster doesn't mean that I am a first human case. Do you see what I'm saying? Now it's Tylenol. Crazy ass shit. That I'm like the first human case. That's what I meant by he was somebody that was in the middle. He wasn't somebody that was in the, like, I'm the first motherfucker that got bit by the monkey. Do you see what I'm saying? Whatever. I'm just saying that to give you context. I'm the first motherfucker. I'm the first that mutated from this situation, the first human case. That's a difference between that person and somebody like Gaetan, who was in the middle, where by the time it gets to Gaetan, it's already everywhere. It's already over the place. And this is another element that they learned, that the scientists learned. They thought that it was the once they figured out the sexual connection, they thought that it was like a 2-3 week before shit happened. You get what I'm saying? They still blaming the Canadian blind guy from it. I have to watch a documentary you speak of. Yes, that's who we talking about. Gaetan Dugas. So when they were just trying to look at his cluster, they realized he was in the middle, and they realized that, hold up, not only is this one of the reasons why he can't be the person, because this is like the middle of the epidemic. He's in the middle when it comes to the virus sequencing. why he's in the middle and we have a long distance middle and new is because we thought that once you have this sexual connection, you got a couple of weeks, a couple of days, couple of weeks before this shit started to happen. But we started to realize, hold up, this ain't actually what it is. This virus, when it starts to affect you, it take like 10 years. So when you start seeing them with symptoms, they got infected 10 years ago. So it's not, when they first was studying it, it was like, oh, it's a couple of weeks before this shit start happening. Then it was like, oh no, this is not what happened. Like, this is a 10-year period. So when these people were talking about, oh, I had sex with this flight attendant, yeah, I had sex with him. No, bitch, you had sex with him. Yes, you did have sex with him, but he probably was just giving you some more of his load that you already had, bitch. Some viral load that you already had, bitch, because there was 10, you caught this 10 years ago. It wasn't 2 weeks ago. When you start getting these symptoms, you had already had it for some years. So they figured out that it wasn't just the cluster you was in, it was how long the incubation period of when you start getting these symptoms was long. Right. So it wasn't him, ooh, I'm just spreading to everybody and then people started dying. No. Y'all been out here fucking like we talked about earlier. Y'all was out here fucking 10 years ago. So now we get the 60s and the 70s and we get 81, 82. This is around 81, 82, 83, 84. I think he died in 84. Gay 10. But when it started to get on the national thinking about it, it's 81. So in that 8 to 10 year grace period, from 81, that's 71. So this is directly after the queer liberation movement, directly in it and after it, when it started to be raw. So when it started to be like, yo, we gay, we pride started to happen, we out here having fun, and if the whole 70s is full of fucking and fun and free. So bam, and if you remember, when the grid shit started to happen, this in the late 60s. So however the virus mutated, that's when it started to be like, oh, I'm about to wear y'all kids out. And so of course we start to see it 10 years later, late 70s, early 80s. So people start dropping like flies during this time because it's less suppressed in the early 70s. Less suppressed because motherfuckers ain't really having as much sex because, nigga, you can get fired and motherfucker can wear you out. So you ain't out here in these streets as much as you normally would. And so now we see this boom of freedom, and then bam, 10 years later, 8 to 10 years later, we get to see the effects of that on a sexual level because it's a virus and now it's affecting the body. But they're trying to figure it out and don't fucking know what's going on. CDC don't know what the fuck is going on, but because that's how science. That's how you don't know what the fuck this virus is doing until we gotta study it and figure it out. So they learned that on top of him not being the fucking spreader, they learned that, oh nah, this is a way longer period of time. And so it just shifts the narrative of when we think about the primary case and then the first human cases. So not only did you release his information to the journalists who went on to create a book that went viral, their version of viral, that went viral and named him as the nigga who brought it to North America. So on top of you're gay, you also are a foreigner. So you not only are you gay, but you not even American. You come in this motherfucker bringing us this disease. So that's what we're talking about. The band played on the book coming out, actually naming him. I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Um, they have him on the documentary, so make sure y'all check it out. America always blames foreigners for everything. Absolutely, isn't that crazy? Um, or the blacks, right? And so that's what I want to get into too. Um, the book and then the media narrative. So, how did Randy Schultz's book, The Band Played On, shape the perception of Gratan Dugas? And what was the ethical responsibility of journalists who covered public health crisis? I thought that this was an important question because if this is going on and we don't know about it, and you find out that there's a dude that's been flying around fucking everybody, making it worse, and he's not stopping to have sex. If y'all pay attention in the documentary, one of the people tried to tell him, the woman, a woman doctor, and then a man doctor at CDC was like, yo, you actually need to stop having sex because you're spreading it. And because they didn't know why, or they couldn't prove to him, he was like, Gaetan was feeling like y'all just trying to suppress me, like in regards to my sexual freedom because y'all fucking homophobic. So remember, he has not lived a life of hiding or adjusting to people. He had a family that accepts him and a job that accepts him. And so him being this gay free person, he felt like y'all motherfuckers is trying to take away my freedom. And until y'all can prove to me that I am the cause of this or I'm the spreader of this, until y'all can prove to me, I'm not fucking stopping what I'm doing because I don't believe y'all. I don't trust the medical field and I don't trust what y'all got going on. I don't believe y'all. I don't believe what y'all got going on. I don't believe it. And so fuck y'all. And so I wanted to share that because if you remember what I talked about earlier is that we couldn't trust thank you, Jenny. We couldn't trust the medical profession because they too were being funded by right-wing fucking zealots. They too, we have a long history of them trying to fix us in a negative way and fix us in a way that and they would have a history of harming us in the process of fixing us and stopping us from being gay. So there was a lack of trust in the medical field. So Gay Tim was like, nah, fuck y'all motherfuckers. I don't believe what y'all fucking talk about until you can prove it to me. So now I feel like there's some legitimacy to that, but I also feel like it's some fucking addiction. Sex addiction, because the way Gaten was described, this was a part of his lifestyle. The reason why he has so much documentation of his sexual partners is because to him, the way his friends was saying it, he pride himself on sexual exploration and getting at least one man a week. One, like he was like a fucking sex addict, like a nympho. So, but this was his freedom that he was finally getting. I'm young, hot, and fire. So we're not about to go into the ice ages, the stone age. And so back in the day, they didn't practice safe sex or masks. Many thought that you only needed condoms if you. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah, condoms wasn't a thing. That was about preventing pregnancy. It wasn't about preventing diseases because there weren't like many sexual diseases that were fatal if you didn't catch them. You know, syphilis. You catch syphilis, honey, you ain't got to worry about it. You go get you a little penicillin shot. It wasn't shit out here that was taking you out. You get a little rash, your little herp. You can have herpes forever. It ain't gonna leave. It ain't gonna leave, but it ain't gonna kill you. And then syphilis, it'll kill your motherfucking ass, but it takes forever. So you can catch that. Hey, Timmy. So why people skip HIV tests? Because it's no cure. It's similar to like now that people can be undetectable, honey, baby, they out here raw dogging it and catching all the other ones, which is wild. So there's a rise in all the other ones. And so he wasn't fucking with them. He wasn't fucking with them when they were telling him to stop having sex and telling him no. And then you get this man go out here and really demonize him by putting his name in the fucking book, which is not ethical. But I wanted to ask y'all, if y'all were the reporter and this was going on, how would y'all have handled that? Now, remember, this is a time where HIPAA was not around. Like HIPAA wasn't a thing. So that we just learned that was 96. And I knew it was 90s. I didn't know the exact year, but 96. So HIPAA wasn't around. So if you were a journalist and you found out and you didn't know nothing about the disease, and you found out that this fucking gay boy is running around having sex with everybody, flight attendant, tipping around the whole country, spreading the disease, and if you was gay, would you put it out there? Examine the impact, because I think that the journalist was thinking that he was doing the right thing. He felt like we need to stop people who is out here spreading it, and they need to stop. And so if I name this patient 0, they really, and the impact that the media had of portraying him as a villain, it's almost like he was justified. He was like, the public health is more important than your privacy. The public health is more important than you running around here having sex with who you want. The public health is more important than you wanting your sexual freedoms when you out here spreading it to people. That's the way they sold it about Gaetan Dugas. That's how they sold it. Yeah. And so I think it was unfair, but we only know that it's unfair because we're looking at it in hindsight. We know more about the disease now. We know more about how it's contracted. We know more about what's going on with it. So we can look hindsight and be like, it wasn't fair to him because he wasn't the person who was like the main person spreading and da-da-da-da-da. And so once you know that, you can be like, damn, you can have a little bit more sympathy for him. But in the moment, I don't know. I might be like, bitch, you out here wearing it out. Yeah, he made a nasty coin for the book. He wrote it in a book. Like it wasn't. He didn't just do it on a in a newspaper. He wrote a book on it, revealing it. So he made a nasty coin. Yes, and there was some capitalistic shit in that too. Because they were debating on whether or not to release the name. They talk about that in there. Let me see. Homophobia and the AIDS crisis. In what ways did the we already talked about this. I had put these in my notes. I was talking about the ways the conservative government, the church, conservative people contributed to the spread of HIV and because of the vilification of gay gay tan. I think because of they finally have a finger to point. I feel like they can point to the degenerate behavior, like, see, because he's out here doing this real hedonistic lifestyle, just having sex all willy-nilly without no class, without no just totally out of control, no self-control, deep into this fornication, this this unnatural fornication. This is what happens. So we're not giving y'all money. We're not helping y'all. We're not eh, giving the fucking hospitals more resources. We're not doing all that shit. Stop having sex. Stop being gay. That's what they was on. Or you die. And then remember that this is a slap in the face because of the sexual awakening. Because this was a sexual awakening, and then boom, this is happening. So it's almost, to somebody who is ignorant. So clock the T. To somebody who is ignorant to the science of it, which everybody was. I'm rubbing my eye because it's itching. Everybody was ignorant to the science. Clearly, even the fucking scientists, they knew more than the public, but they're figuring it out and releasing as they go. Just like COVID, we've lived through this. We see it. We no longer. Most of the people, I don't know how old y'all are. Some of y'all are old enough to remember, but even if you old enough to remember now, bitch, you wasn't that old during that time to even have the cultural context. Because y'all should have been young. Y'all could. How old were y'all in? Even if you was fucking in your 30s in the 70s, how old would you be now? If you were in your 30s in the 70s, how old would you be now? Or let's say 20. You had to be like almost 60s or 70s now. Yeah, so 70-ish, yeah. So uh, nobody knew what was going on. I'm 29, so I only know all from hindsight. Yes. 50 years ago. And I'm talking about 70s. Yeah. That's probably you would be in your late 60s, early 70s. So in my brain, in my brain, we most of young people, if you're under that age, under 60 and 70, we don't have a reference, but we do now with COVID. We see how the public responded to COVID, how there was many of political reasons why certain narratives went out. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, instead of it just being based on the facts of what we know about COVID, there was a lot of political spin that were making us get disinformation, misinformation. There was, because of politics, religion, and people's personal beliefs about shit, it affected the narratives that were being presented and how they were being presented. Do you see what I'm saying? We experienced this with COVID. So somebody in their 60s and 70s who lived through that time, they experienced it for that time. I didn't experience that. When I came out, I'm old enough to have a mentality about shit, which was teen. By the time, honey, by the time I get older and get political, AIDS was, it wasn't done. It's not done now, but it wasn't. It was no longer what it was. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they had got it under control, and so by the time I get political and have a political education, we in a whole different era. So I didn't live through that. And for you to have, and even for you to be political, yeah, you had to be in your 20s and your 30s at that time. Because when did y'all get radical? Like, not radical. You didn't political. When did y'all get more conscious, woke? When did y'all get woke? How old were you? When did y'all start to really deeply think about politics? For me, I was 16, 24. Late 20s, 26. For me, God, I think it was my early teens. Yeah, I think mine was like 13, 14. But it was because I was in um um a politically charged um acting group, a political theater guild. And so it was the Asante Children Theater. And it was ran by nothing but dreadlock wearing, rap wearing Erica Badu before Erica Badu was a thing. It was these type of bitches. It was like older, black feminist, black activist, black militant women. And they ran our ACT, our our children's theater group, and they would give us books. They would talk to us about stuff. They taught us about so much stuff, Black Panthers, and I had, because I grew up in culture, Christian, apostolic, that Muslims were like a little more woke than my folks. So I had an aunt, my aunt Tanya, who was Muslim. And so when I would go around her and her people who were Muslim, they were a little bit more woke than my Christian people. The Muslims, they were talking a little bit more militant, still patriarchal, still very much like Christian folks, but they were a little bit more, especially the women. The women were a little bit more woke. So I would say for me, it was around when I was like 13, 14, and learning about how government worked, learning about how the right and the left and Democrats and Republican, conservative and liberal, and Black Panther Party, just how all this shit is intertwined. Mostly a lot about race. There was some gender stuff too, but because the women in my troop, they were, they was woke, but they was very Jill Scott, Erica Badu woke, where they still had some respectability politics shit going on in them, where they woke about race, but not necessarily about gender or about queerness or about class and shit like that. Yes. And so imagine if you're living during this time and you do see this AIDS coming up and eradicating like your people, like really affecting your group. And so if you don't know what's going on, I can see somebody, some vulnerable young person, like, oh my God, maybe they are telling the truth. Maybe they are right. Maybe this is a punishment for being gay. Maybe this is a punishment for because it is only affecting gay people at the time in their mind. Now we know as we go later down the line, we learn that it don't just affect gay people. But at the time, it started off with white gay men. And then of course it just kind of we learn that other demographics start getting affected by it too. Um we have about I usually go between 3 and 4 hours, but I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on till I get sleepy. um so so I can imagine somebody going through that process of seeing the people around you who were queer, falling to the wayside. And you like and then these church motherfuckers see. Can you imagine the type of internalized homophobia that can make you a recluse or make you and it can give you kind of a mindset of how some of this internalized homophobia that we see in the older generation of queers, how this can easily, how they still holding on to um that religious shit. I've met a couple of religious people that celibate, they gay, but they celibate and they like, I survived the AIDS epidemic because I wasn't out here in these streets like these heathens. I met a couple of them, especially the ones, them church sissies. There's a couple of them church sissies that's old that think like that. Not that keep me occupied and off the streets. Oh, I wanted to talk about this because I learned about this in college too. Um, so this is a historical reflection. So when I thought about the vilification of Gaytan, and I compared it to blaming other historical figures like Typhoid Mary. Have y'all heard of Typhoid Mary? The Donnie McClurklins of the world, absolutely. Um, So Typhoid Mary was the nickname of Mary Milan, an Irish-born American cook who was the first person in the United States identified as the asymptomatic carrier of the Salmonella typhoid bacteria, which caused typhoid fever. But she was somebody who was asymptomatic, so she could have it. This goes back to what Drewby was talking about. Somebody who you can have it, but you don't have no damn symptoms, so you good. But she had it. And so although herself was healthy, her poor hygiene as a cook caused her to unknowingly infect dozens of people across New York in the early 1900s. She was forcibly quarantined twice, spending her last 23 years of her life in isolation for refusing to stop working as a cook. So, very nasty. Very nasty. But they don't be washing their legs and stuff. But anyway. But nah, I'm joking. Um, so because of that, she was vilified as the person who was spreading this thing. And that's how they were looking at Gaetan Dumas. Like, you're refusing to you're refusing to do what's right because you are not impacted like other people are impacted. And I thought that was interesting. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I covered everything in my notes. Oh, there was a person I wanted to talk about this because I think that there's a layer of this happening now. And it's interesting when you get old enough to kind of reflect on things. Um he was one of the people on the documentary that was getting interviewed, he was talking about the commercialization of gay male culture. And we talked about it earlier where I was saying that it started to be this thing where it was like clubs, little peep shows, little just it was like the capitalism kind of got bit, the culture got bit by the bug of capitalism, and it started to be a commercial thing. And he was saying, he was like, what you don't understand is by the time we get to the late 70s and early 80s, there was these motherfuckers who was running around enjoying the fruits of our labor. Clock this T, and I want you to pay attention to how we move in our culture now. He was like, back from in the 60s and early 70s, you were in the fight. You needed to be political. You needed to in order for us to shift the culture in a positive way for us, you couldn't just be you could, but most people were active in trying to change the culture so we can have better lives as queer people. But when this commercialization happened, you didn't really have to, by the time we get 10 years out, you didn't really have to care about the movement. You can be queer out here just being free without having to be political. You can just come in, get your rocks off, and go home. You didn't have to nobody was pressuring you to fight, to sign petitions. Nobody was pressuring you to come to no meeting. Nobody, it was no political sip. You didn't have to think politically about how this was an opportunity to push America to move forward in terms of like empathy for and understanding of the gay plight so that we wouldn't be separated from the mainstream. Do you see what I'm saying? Instead of us being politically in this kind of position as a subculture, it had got so good for us that motherfuckers could come in and have sex, have fun, be free, go to the gay neighborhood and be themselves without even thinking about the political ramifications of how much further we need to go. And I thought that that was a powerful statement because I think that comes with visibility. I think that that comes um with moving forward with surgeries. Look at how beat bitches is now. Like, look at how beautiful bitches can be now. Trans women. You got the right access to money. Bitches is moving. I know this conservative trans girl. She's an older trans woman. She moved to California for 2 years, baby, just so she can get surgery. She lived off her pension from the military, went to California, got on Kaiser, got her FFS, got her body work done, and then she moved back to Texas because she's a conservative trans woman. She's benefiting. I don't have to be political. I can just go benefit from the fight of everybody else and come back to my conservative life with my sickening mug, sickening body, and don't have to worry about nothing. And I think that we have, because of the work of pioneers and people who have laid the foundation to get us healthcare, to get us the access to these things. And it doesn't mean that all of us, because you ain't getting no surgeries in Texas paid for like that. But in other places like New York and California, baby, you can get your pussy, you can get your FFS, you can da 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 da. And as somebody who grew up in a time where FFS wasn't even that fucking accessible, who had to save up every fucking dime to get her shit done. It wasn't accessible like it is now. Bitches is and I don't like the concept of microwave like trannies. I don't like that concept because I think it's stupid. If you can transition fast if you have the resources to do it and it not be a problem. But I think sometimes people fetishize, not fetishize. So I think some people romanticize the hard work that it takes if you take your transition slow. Get it, bitch, no. Ain't nobody got time for all that dumbass shit. That's not, whether you get it fast or slow. If it's sickening, it's sickening. But anyway, my point is, I think we take it for granted, um the access and the foundation that people have laid, and so bitches can go get passable and just go out here and be free, and you ain't got to worry about being in the situation that Tracy Africa Norman was in, where we have laid the foundation to where you have protections at your job, and people ain't gonna you ain't gonna get fired from your job, but you ain't doing no political work to move us forward. And I think that that's what this person was describing, and I thought it was powerful because yeah, he was like, yeah, you can be out here, um you can be out here just enjoying the fruits of everybody's labor. Hey, fight the evil robots. Do you feel what I'm saying? Like, you could just be out here. And I think that there's a lot of people out here, people who didn't vote in this last election. Um, I think people are standing on the laurels. I think people are just living off the what we have fought for, and not just we as queer people, everybody, women, black people, queer people, all the things that we have fought to have protections. People are benefiting from them and not getting politically active. And now that they're rolling them back, Roe versus Wade being rolled back, everything is being rolled back. And I think it's going to take them to get out of their comfort zone for them to actually get in the political fight. And what AIDS did in the 80s is got motherfuckers out of their comfort zone. Motherfuckers is dying, dropping like flies. And the government ain't doing shit to fucking help us. So we got ACT coming up. they're really neglecting us at hospitals. Motherfuckers don't even want to feed us, come in our rooms. Like, the humanity is not being seen. And not only is it affecting actual individuals, it's affecting the people around them. So your favorite piece of trade now is looking emaciated and headed into the hospital. Your favorite drag queen, your favorite homeboy, your favorite bartender, the dude you used to flirt with at the club, honey, looking emaciated and heading out, is in the prayer line. So not only is it affect, or it's yourself. So to me, I think it because of the dire strait of the 80s, the dire how fast it was happening, how it was affecting people, it forced people to start getting political about it. So that's when we see what we saw in Pose, where they was taking the bodies and dumping them at the fucking at people's fucking houses or at people or hospitals, or I can't remember when they took the people's bodies and was putting them in front of the, was it the governor's house, or I don't know, hospital somewhere. They was taking their bodies and putting them somewhere, the dead bodies, child. They needed to be politically active and really disrupt some shit. And I think that what we see now, I think what we see now, I think that that's what's going to happen in years coming up. That in order for people to actually get on board, it has to get bad. And the problem with shit having to get bad is that by the time it get bad to move all kinds of people, the people who are on the margins who were already in bad situation will be in worse situation and end up dying, starving, getting in violent situation, getting murdered, all kinds of stuff that rises criminality when shit gets bad. And and usually that's going to be us. That's going to be queer people, black women, poor women, people who are already on the margins. When shit get worse and start affecting other demographics that are usually shielded from these kind of actions, these kind of consequences, I feel like by the time it gets bad, where it's like everybody is going to be in an uproar, I feel like we're going to lose a lot of people. That's what I see with ICE and how it's going to affect Black and brown people. Absolutely. And even here in Texas, they just released a statement on the 7th. So about 3 days ago, the Attorney General literally released a statement saying, we are now about to invest Antifa ain't even fucking real. Sales of hate and da 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 da. So now they're setting it up to where they can just harass people for any reason, just from being suspected to be a terrorist or left wing. This is what they call it: left wing terrorist cells and nihilistic cells. And so that could be anything. They can run and bust my door down just for talking about it on an episode or something. um, so they're setting it up to where they can militarize us, all while Trump is selling new watches. Have y'all seen Trump's new watches? Have y'all even? It is ridiculous. He done sold tennis shoes. He done sold watches. He done sold colognes. He done sold Bibles. Like this is like he done turned the White House into a fucking QVC, bitch. Like this shit is crazy. Have y'all seen the new watches? He got some Trump watches, y'all. Crazy. I want to talk about child. He got some watches that he's selling from the White House, child. It's a flea market. How is a president allowed to sell products? Child, I don't even know. I don't know. And I was thinking, they would never let Obama do some crazy ass shit. It would be seen so ghetto, and so like imagine if Obama had said was selling some fucking shit while he was president. That would not, child, the fuck. That shit's so crazy. I was like, this is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Beijing beard dye. Do rags. Gold chains. Or he got a wave brush and and a new brand of Murphy Dax wax. Murray pomade, exactly. Some Murray's Dax wave fucking shit. I would have cracked up. Um Another point that I wanted to kind of point out that the documentary um kind of enlightened to me is how when homophobia is the default for motherfuckers, it can make us more vulnerable to propaganda. So there was when they were describing in the documentary how when the people were telling them about the disease coming out and the disease kind of like the cases what was going on, how some of the people were like, oh, that's bullshit. Like they're just trying to be not just on the trust level of the medical field, but how it made them less receptive to the warnings that were creeping up around them. They were asking questions like, is this a CIA um like plan, like conspiracy theory? Is this like an urban myth? It has to be like a right wing plot. Like they were saying different things. It was like, this got to be some shit to demonize us because we know y'all for y'all fucking works. We know how homophobia works, and y'all will make up lies and bullshit. And y'all been making up lies and bullshit about us. So why would we think that now all of a sudden this gay disease is coming and wearing us out? Bitch, what? Yeah, right. Y'all are fucking making this about us. I don't believe it. I don't believe y'all. This y'all full of shit. And that homophobia, that norm in homophobia, made us more vulnerable to not take heed of the warnings. It made us more vulnerable to not take heed of warnings. And I think that if you think once again, we've seen this in COVID. Remember when they were talking about COVID and the anti-vaxxers was like, oh, you can because they didn't understand the science. Oh, they're trying to wear us out. And how did they make this vaccine so quick? And da 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 da. And as black people who have been experimented on, black people who knows the history of the Tuskegee Airmen, it already makes us vulnerable to not believe in these motherfuckers, even if it's in our best interest. Because of the history of racism, history of exploitation in the medical field, it makes us more vulnerable because of the history of racism. Of us to dismiss when we see some shit that looks fucking shaky. Henrietta Lacks, absolutely. We see some shit that's fucking shaky and how y'all do weird ass shit. And so now all of a sudden this, and so I can see we see how this plays out. How many non-vaxxers do y'all know? I know a few of them, and it's their choice. I like people to make their own decisions. But how many of them do you know they don't understand the science at all? How um coronavirus was? We already knew what coronavirus was, and this is just a mutation of it. Oh my god, this is a new vaccine. Because I remember I was listening to somebody talking, and they're like, "This is a new vaccine," and how all of a sudden y'all get this so quick, nigga. They been knowing about viruses, nigga. This ain't new. They're building off what they already knew, but because of racism and how the history of the medical field works, it makes there is caution, legitimate caution. It's not just about them being stupid. It's legitimate caution because we can't trust you motherfuckers because of racism. And I think the same thing was happening with HIV. I think they were when it was coming, when it was the warnings was coming, it made them feel like, oh, we finally got some freedom and y'all trying to suppress us like y'all do because y'all are homophobes. Hmm. So, so yeah, in my notes, I was like, homophobia made them less receptive to the warnings creeping up. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. Um, he was apprehensive to even trust because they were telling us to stop having sex when they were finally free and to be aware. Yeah, yeah, yes, 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 yes. And then this woman doctor come in and try to tell gay 10 to stop having sex. It was a whole thing. He went to a public forum and they were the doctors was on the stage and they were trying to kind of convince the people about HIV and just try to educate them about stuff. And gay 10 went to the meeting and was going up and talking to him. And he was like, yo, y'all basically been blaming me for this fucking bullshit. And y'all don't even know what the fuck y'all got going on. Y'all don't even know what's going on. For real, for real. Hmm. I think that's all my notes. Yeah, so that's all my notes that I wanted to discuss about. Make sure y'all thumbs up if you are just joining us. About the documentary. I think that this was a very thorough documentary. I don't know how I missed it. It came out in 2022. Um, but I just thought that this was so dope in giving insight and people's experiences in the day and time and how they were ready to demonize him. Even one of the reporters went to his mom and dad house and they were already ready looking at him negatively. But then when they went into his mom and dad house, they were like, oh, this actually was a loved, beloved human being. Like his family loved him and accepted him and had been accepting him. That's why he is how he is. Um, but yeah, I thought it was a great documentary that kind of shares some insight in the past and reflects in how we're being demonized now. Except it was one individual, and then along with the rest of the community, it just was pinpointed on him. So make sure y'all check it out. It is called Patient Zero. It is really, really good. It's on Prime. And yeah, that's all I have. That's all I have today. We've been on here for 2 hours. Cute. That's a good little run. What y'all want to talk about now? Do y'all have anything that's popping? What subjects is popping right now? It's free on YouTube. Is the whole thing on YouTube? The whole thing? It's on Tubi too. But if you don't, I guess. I didn't know if it's free on YouTube. I didn't know it was on there. Oh, I'm gonna get me some Pringles. But yes, it was fire. On TikTok, they mad about the film gay boy named Donnie. I saw that video. What do y'all think about that video? So basically, it's this gay boy. He is not trans. He's just a gay boy that likes to wear makeup and hair. And he was out with his friends at a club, and this boy, from what I gather, I didn't see the whole video, but from what I gather, um, the boy asked him for a date. When he goes on a date with the guy asks him, was he a man? And when he says he is, he's just a film gay boy, he takes him home. Like, he's like, oh, I'm not into that, and takes him home. And so I just see a bunch of ignorant responses. A lot of them is rooted in homophobia too. Rooted in transphobia, homophobia. One girl was like, we all transition to traumatized straight men. I was like, what? First of all, this ain't somebody who transitioned, so this is not a trans woman. They're just a feminine gay man. And from his perspective, ain't no disclosure that needs to happen. Because I'm out partying with my friends, and this nigga is feeling me. I'm not thinking of myself as a woman. I think when the Trey asked, are you a man? That wasn't the true question, because he's very clockable. He's really asking him, will you let me pretend and you pretend with me? Now, I'm a trans woman. This is anecdotal, so I don't know what other bitches have experienced. What you're describing is not how niggas work. What you're describing is not how the trade that want to pretend work. So he's not going to ask you if you're a man. Why did he need to force you to answer? If he wants you to pretend, he can just continue to pretend that he don't know your tea. That's how niggas like that work. They will just Pretend that they don't know your tea and go along with the they don't have to get you on to the pretending. Right. If they want to pretend they're not asking your tea, they're just going to go along with the narrative and not talk about it. Now, from my perspective, I need to know more details of that dynamic. Was the dude drunk? Because I think people keep bringing up, like Cat Black brought up alcohol. So I would need to see what he looked like with the, because I could see somebody being in a club. If they got the right wig, makeup, right wig, somebody could be like, oh, I could see somebody, maybe not clocking all the time. And then I come pick you up and I'm sober. You confirming a T ruins the whole thing. Yeah, so they're not gonna ask. But we got all the way to the dinner. They didn't get to the dinner. They was in the car. From what I'm to understand what the person said on the video, they already got in the car and turned them back. I don't think they got to the dinner. Unless I listened wrong. But I only got the little clip, so I'm not for sure the whole story. He's very girly to me. I just call him girly without thinking about it. They talked for weeks on the phone or in person. I think that's a difference when you're talking on the phone. It didn't seem like that. No. He said he picked them up and then took them back home. He kind of gives me Pam from Total. Yeah, we got to get into we got to get out of the mindset that everybody can tell. Everybody can't tell. Also, not only is everybody can't tell, everybody is not keen on telling. Also, if you're a queer person that been around trans people, even me as a trans woman, how easily I'm able to clock people now is not how easily I was able to clock people in my younger years. I hadn't been around enough trans people. I remember when who was I with? I don't think I was with you, Deja. I think I was with Kiever. I don't know. Me and my gay homeboys went to there was this wig shop called Continental. It don't exist no more. But it was a wig shop and we went in there and one of the trans girls, drag trans girl, her name is Austria Andrews. When she came in there, I didn't clock her. I thought she was a regular black girl. Didn't clock her. And when the lady told me that she was trans, we were flabbergasted. And we were like, what? That used to be a boy. And she was gagged that we didn't know her. But we were too young to be really into the drag like that. And so because of that, when I look her up now and I look at her, I'm like, how did I not clock her? She looks very clocky. But when I was younger and hadn't seen trans women as much as I've seen them now, she looked like she could be pestle. I didn't clock her. And so I think that, oh, I'm glad that you said that, Dreads, because I love to address that too. Now, mind you, I'm not speaking in absolutes. I'm only speaking in my anecdotal relationships. My anecdotal experiences in relationships. Now, if there's trans women in the audience that this is not your experience, please speak up so we can know another view. But if you agree with me, let the people know. In my experience as a trans woman who has lived a typical trans life, I done tricked niggas. I done intentionally tricked niggas. I done told niggas my tea up front. I done told them through text. I done told them on the phone. I done told them on the date. I done told them why I was sucking their dick. I done told them why after I fucked them. I done told them. I done told them at many stages. In my experience, when we talk about the dangerous situation, I have never had a man get violent with me in a one-on-one conversation about my tea. Anytime a man has gotten violent with me, it is because I have either told my tea in front of people or people who may know what's happening, and he now has to perform his masculinity in a way that let the people around know, oh, I ain't down with that motherfucking gay shit. I've never had a man one-on-one get violent with me. It is never dangerous for me. I don't want to say absolute, but in my life, it has never been dangerous for me to tell a dude my tea one-on-one, because there are three things that are going to happen. If I tell my tea one-on-one, there's three things. Always these three things. It has never in my whole life been outside of these three things. The one thing that's going to happen is they're going to say, no, I'm not interested. It's not my thing. All right, babe. Have a good day. Bye-bye. That happens. Very rarely, but that happens. The other thing that happens is they say, for real? Really? I ain't never met one that looked like you. Oh my God, you really look like a real girl. Damn, I didn't even know. Shit, can you suck my dick? Oh, I ain't never fucked one of y'all, but you can give me some head. Oh, I'll fuck you. Shit, well, I'm here now. I might as well do it. I'm here now. My dick is hard. Da da da. All it's so many things that can be said. And what I'm explaining to you is that it turns into a sexual thing. Can I see it? How big is it? Oh my God, I don't believe you. Show me, prove it to me. I don't believe you. All the sexual stuff. It all leads to sex. All leads to sex. And what it leads to is they no longer are treating you like a respectable girl. So before they wanted to take you out and wine and dine you because that's what you have to do to get some pussy, for real. Not everybody, but usually hot girls, you got to play, and not necessarily direct in regards to sex work or da, but you got to show them a good time. Once you tell them you trans, they stop doing that bullshit. They want to fuck. They get to the nitty and gritty. Can I get my dick sucked? Can I fuck? It's no longer I'm treating you like a lady. It's no longer respectability politics. It is all right. So now what can I do with you sexually? All right. So no and sexual. Then the other thing that can happen, this is number two. Number 3. And if you're a trans woman in here and I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong, because I see everybody is agreeing with me so far. The third one is they say no. No, thank you. That's not my thing. I didn't know you were trans. Blah, 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 blah. But 3 days later, a week later, a month later, 6 months later, various times, whatever reason, they're horny. Their dick get hard. They've been thinking about you. So they text you and say, man, I've been thinking about you. What how can this work? I've been thinking about it. I gave it some thought. I've reconsidered. I said no at first because I was kind of scared. I said no at first. I wish you would have told me up front, blah, 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 blah. I said no at first, but. I said no at first, but. I said no at first, blah, 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 blah. Are you still interested? Are you still da, 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 da? Can I still get that? Those are the 3 things. It's a no and a permanent no. Very rare. For me, this is really rare. And I'm not being arrogant. This is really rare. I'm not saying that it never has happened, but this is rare. That it's just a no. Or it's a yes and stays to sexual. Sex, fetish, sex. I can use you, blow up doll, da 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 da. Or it's a no immediately, but then I think about it when my dick is hard because you fine. Later on, it could last a day, it could be a week, it could be a month, it could be 6 months. But they always, especially if you got the number, they have a way to connect to you. They hit you back up. And this is my experience on one-on-one. I do not have men being dangerous in dangerous situations in one-on-one. Every time I have gotten attacked, attempted attack, because bitches don't be trying me too much. Every time I have gotten attempted to be attacked, every time I have been in a violent situation, it is because other people are around or other people have told my tea. Other people are a part of it. There is a shame and a saving face, saving reputation. I'm embarrassed that I couldn't tell that you were really a man. I have never had an experience where a man got violent with me and it was a one-on-one situation. So when you are not trans and you say, "Ooh, that is so dangerous," that's because you don't know the life. That's because you are under the impression that men will find out we're trans and be violent to us, but that is not true. In general. Now, I'm not saying that one crazy nigga might not flip out. I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you from my own anecdotal experience and what I have heard other trans women tell me. That is not the norm. You telling a piece of trade one-on-one, it's not dangerous like that for real, sweetie. It's just not. And what we have learned through data is most trans women are harmed by intimate partners, people who know their tea. It's not people who don't know their tea. Yes. I'm rarely, especially in my younger years, I'm rarely in gay spaces. In my younger years, like teens, yes, I'm at the gay club, blah, blah, blah. But once, you got to remember also my mindset about my womanhood. I went through a process where, I'm learning about the queer community. Ooh, yay. And it turns into this amazing thing. And then it closes down. I'm like, ooh, I'm not a gay man. I'm a woman. And women don't be out in the gay club like that, fagging out. I want to go to the straight club. I want to do what women do. I want to go do what the fish do. Because this training shit ain't for me as far as living how I want to live. And so It is not cute to just be going to, because if you're a woman and you unclockable, why you can't go to the clubs with the fish? That's how my mindset was in my late teens and early 20s. I want to be out here going to the straight club. So me meeting men is in the straight setting. It's not in the gay setting. Because you ain't gonna meet no man in the gay setting. Gay men don't fuck with us like that. You might get a couple of gay men that like trans women, but that's really far few and in between. You rarely, gay men like men. Unless you some big 12-inch hung tranny and he just thirsty for cock and he wants your cock. And he done heard you just packing, then he want to have it. I'm kind of confused. So all the trans murders are around issues not related to finding out they're trans. Yes, I've created a whole database on it. I have created a whole database on it. It is most people who murder us already know that we are trans. Let's see if I can find it. Look like I didn't put it behind a paywall. So we went 5 years. We went back to 2015. And I went further because I had already been collecting cases. And they just added my numbers to theirs, but officially from 2015 to 2022. And what we found in all the cases, except for like a few, they knew that they were trans. It's intimate partners. It's very rare that it is a person who doesn't know your T. Very rare. That's because you fetishize hood niggas and you think that there's some kind of special killers. They are not. Hood niggas don't want to kill. Don't be wanting to kill. I only fuck with hood niggas. They like regular niggas. They sweet. Will they turn up on you? Yes, but they rarely gonna turn up on women. Most hood niggas got mamas and grandmas. They got a heart. They not some killer ass nigga. Unless they just grew up in some type of trauma, and that could be anybody. Most hood niggas, when you actually get to know them, they are sweet and loving and nice, especially to their women. That's also another thing that I want to point out with men. Men don't actually know men, especially if you talk about straight men. Y'all are always performing masculinity to each other that y'all don't know how each other are with women alone. They're not telling you, they're not showing you and telling you how they are because you're a man. And they're not gonna show you their vulnerable side because you're a man. They have to be tough with you. Y'all challenge each other with violence and challenge each other with dominance. So they always got to be hard around y'all. So when when they're with women, that we get a different side of them. And so we have a whole different perspective of these men than most other men are going to have, because they're not going to show you the side of them that they're going to show us. And so I done had niggas come to my house with guns in their waist and had to put it on the other couch and put it on the table. And honey, they laying in my lap like little puppies. Because yes, on the outside, when they're dealing with other men and the streets, they hardcore. They're rob a nigga, shoot a nigga, da 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 da. But that's not how they engage with us. The big tough guys are babies in private. It's always a dick measure in contact with other niggas. Yes. So when y'all say I know men and men like this, y'all don't know what the fuck other men like, because y'all don't be real with each other. Y'all really don't. I even listen to my brothers and his my brother be telling me some shit that's going on with like him and his friends. And he'll tell me a story that he'll find out something about his homeboy, and I don't know gay stuff, but like say they do something freaky that he didn't know about. And I was like, cause y'all been friends for this long and you just finding out what this nigga like in the bedroom. I didn't even know he got down like that, cause y'all don't be real with each other. Y'all can't. Every fucking thing y'all do, you turn it into, oh, that's gay. Oh, that's sus. Y'all can't be, y'all, every fucking word. Oh, I was watching this video. How y'all police other men's sexuality is so fucking weird. It was, y'all know Lauren, the one, the sickening one on Breakfast Club, not the one that looked like a man. The sickening one. I don't know her last name, but just not so hilarious. The other one, the black girl. She was on a show and being interviewed about her time when she was at TMZ, and she was telling all this stuff. So she was talking about Kanye West and all when he was doing all his shenanigans at TMZ, because she was there working. And so she was talking about Kanye West and talking about Lauren LaRosa, yes. So she was talking about just the Kanye West shit in at TMZ. There was nothing homosexual about the conversation. We are deeply invested in her spilling the tea about when he was cooning at that. The dude said something that required him to say pause. You know how they say pause every time they say something gay. Pause. And I went in them comments because it kind of annoyed me. Sometimes people are just a tad bit. Sometimes I'd be like, but sometimes it annoyed me to the point where I got a comment about it. And he says pause, and imagine you in a serious conversation. You're not in a this ain't one of them podcasts where I don't know what, I don't watch that podcast, so I don't know what's the tone of but the whole show from the time, and we was deep into the show, from the time that it started, it was serious. It wasn't nobody making jokes. It wasn't like, like if you watching Joe Budden or something, or Don't Call Me White Girl, or they are randomly going to acting a fool and being funny. But this wasn't one of them. They were serious. And so he got to saying pause, and I put in the comments, I'm like, nigga, wasn't nobody thinking about gay shit, like, at all. And if you wouldn't have said pause, it wouldn't have brought anything, no kind of gay innuendo in it. But you sitting there thinking about the homosexual innuendos of everything another man say or you say, you are obsessed with homosexuality. You are obsessed with it. Y'all make each other's obsessed with it. The fact that everything a nigga can say out of his mouth, you thinking of how does it correlate with sucking dick, getting fucked in the ass, being gay? That being constantly on your brain, that's homoeroticism to me. And it's fucking crazy. And so I say all of that to say there is a lot of men who are not real at all to other men. And so it's very hard for men, particularly straight ones, to have a real assessment of what other men like, what other men will and won't do. I'm not saying that all of y'all are fake to each other. You might have some real ones and y'all talk, da 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 da. But in general, y'all do fucking not. So you add that. I think most men are more fluid than they let themselves embrace. I think most people are more fluid than they let themselves embrace. But I do think men are less expected to be fluid. But I think most people in general. And Cat Black did a video about it, and she was asking that question: does alcohol make people, I guess, not more gay, but I can't remember exactly what she said. Let me see if I can find it.
Quick question. Do you think there is a certain amount of alcohol that will make you attracted to someone that you're not attracted to? Now, I'm asking this question because there's a lot of conversation being had about this incident that happened.
He's talking about that video.
This person called Donnie and a guy that asked him out. Donnie is a feminine gay man who is very, very beautiful. And he was asked out on a date after meeting a guy who he made out with at a club, right? On the date that he went on, the guy asked him, "Hey, are you a man?" And when he said yes, he took him home, right? Now, I think the dolls understand this story very differently than a lot of cis people are understanding this story, right? A lot of cis women have chosen to tell Donnie that he needed to disclose. Donnie, who is an out gay man, who assumed that he was engaging with another out gay man, who up until that question didn't even think that he had suspected that Donnie was a trans woman, right? Donnie was living in his truth, right? This guy asked the question, and when he said that he was a man, decided to take him home. Now, I think the dolls understand that that guy was probably looking for the answer that Donnie was a trans woman, right? But a lot of people have chosen to kind of like bring up this argument, this question now of, would you be able to tell the difference between a feminine man and a masculine woman when you're drunk, right? And I find this to be an interesting little thought, because as a person who does drink, I mean, I drink a lot less now. I'm intentionally drinking a lot less now. You know, I've been intoxicated quite a bit. And as I've often said, I am a tragically heterosexual person. And I know from that experience that there's no amount of alcohol that will ever make me interested in a woman. There's a lot of alcohol that will make me embarrass myself in front of men that I'm attracted to, but there's not a lot of alcohol that will make me, have an interest in women. So I'm curious if you think alcohol makes it so that you do things you wouldn't typically do in terms of your inhibition being lowered, or if it would make you do something that you wouldn't typically do in terms of your sexuality expanding. Very curious to hear what you have to say. At the end of the day, consent is sober, right? But I still want to hear what you have to say about this.
All right. So what are your thoughts? So y'all think alcohol make you gay? Or I think somebody said alcohol brings out what's already in there. People alcohol won't make me interested in a woman, but I could lower my inhibitions and make me shag someone that I typically wouldn't shag. Could never see myself laying up with a woman ever. Exactly. I was often perceived as a girl pre-transition. Nah, I think it's loosen your inhibitions. And so I commented on it, and my comment was, I think of it like karaoke. So say my friends call me and say, "Hey, girl, we going to this karaoke bar. You want to join me?" Sure, I want to join you. Now, when we get to the karaoke bar, I ain't really fucking with no karaoke. I'm not about to get up there and be singing in front of everybody. I'm not gonna do that. But if you put a few drinks in me, I might change my mind. I might get up there and do karaoke. Does that mean that I got some secret inner want to be Hannah Montana? No. It means that this has, somebody just said, loosen my inhibitions, and we're having fun. And so now I think the idea of getting up there and singing my favorite pop song, not my favorite, but singing a pop song that I know, get up there and sing the pop song, I can do it. Cool, let's go. Come on. Grab the mic, get up there and sing. If I was sober, would I do this? No. I ain't never done karaoke sober. I never had the desire. But if all my friends are doing it and it's a party and we vibing to this, great. Boom. I done got a little tipsy, karaoke. I think of it that way. Where I've been in a situation where all these lesbians was over my house. I ain't never been attracted to no woman like that, especially at that time. And so I remember we were all playing Truth or Dare, and in the moment, because I'm a little tipsy, I am sucking some titties. Did I look at her titties prior or look at some titties prior and be like, ooh, I would have sucked some titties? No. Didn't look at it after. But in the moment of us having fun and we're in a sexual vibe, I sucked some titties. Had a the first time I ever had some type of cisgender girl included threesome. Tipsy a little bit. We drinking a little we was drinking a little Budweiser. Having fun. A little, just the inhibitions were out of there. But I have a sexuality that is very, very dependent on outside sources too. Let me explain that too. So I'm more turned on by the vibe of the situation. So if I know, like, say that it got to be somebody I'm attracted to in the situation. But say that I got this fine ass dude in front of me and I see him engaging with me and this chick. And I see how turned he is by the idea of hooking up with both of us. That's gonna turn me more on to see how that play. It's gonna turn me more on to see how that plays out. Not because I'm attracted to her and want her, but just the fact of how he's reacting to the idea of making it happen. That's gonna turn me on than just him being just into me. I'm a Pisces. I'm more into creating a fantasy. I'm more into creating a vibe in the moment. That's hot to me. As opposed to it's just about me being turned on by the person. So that's what it was. They were playing truth or dare. She had her legs spread and the other lesbian was eating her coochie. And I'm standing right there laughing and rubbing her hair. And so she said, I can't remember, her name was Shauna. Shauna said, Shauna said something. I can't remember exactly what happened, but the lesbian looked up while she's eating the girl's Shauna's pussy. And I'm sitting, it was Magali. Magali was eating Shauna's pussy. And Magali looked up and I'm sitting right there. Shauna not standing. Imagine Shauna being on the couch like this, and I'm sitting on the couch with Shauna like this, watching her get her coochie ate. Shauna's leg is across me, and her titty is right there. And this is just a moment of connection for all of us. So I suck Shauna's titty while Magali is eating her coochie. Because it was a part of adding to the sensuality of the vibe. That's all it was. So for me, it wasn't, I would have chewed on Magali. Right. Magali is a very masculine boyish stud. Very masculine boyish stud. But for me, it was the whole vibe. It was like the vibe of it. It was just the vibe. Like, it would have been stupid for me to just sit there and look and the titty is right there. And it just was the whole vibe. It's all about the novelty experience. Yes. For me, it's about creating a moment. And so for me, it's about, I wouldn't say that it changes fundamentally who I am, but it takes me less out of my head. Like, when I'm sober, I ain't about to take a nigga in the alley and pull that dick out and gobble it. But if I done had a cocktail and we driving down the street and we find some fine ass niggas, something like that might happen. Cause I'm not overthinking it. It's not that I don't want to do it, or I'm not overthinking to not make it happen. Like, if I'm sober, I might be overthinking so many things. It's so many things that can, it's not like it's changing my sexuality, but it's just, it's a vibe. We hear karaoke, do karaoke. That's what it felt like. That's what it feels like for me. So I'm not saying that, I don't think alcohol changes. I don't think just because a person does something spontaneous means that they've been gay, or it's just in them. Sometimes you're in a moment and you say yes. Do you see what I'm saying? Sometimes you're in a moment in time and you say fucking yes. You normally would say no, but in this moment in time, I'm going to say yes to this experience right now. Boom. You knew you wasn't going to eat her cat with Magali. Exactly. I knew I wasn't going to do that. It just for me, it felt like, ooh, and it was about me creating a moment for Shauna. It wasn't about, and Magali, it was about me creating a moment for the people who were in front of me and we are in a sexual situation. That's what it was about for me. I'm about the one or two people, depending on what the scenario is. I knew that if I would have done that, it added a particular flavor to the scenario. Had Magali ate some pussy before? Absolutely. She a stud. She done ate some pussy before. But has she ate some pussy while the tranny bitch is sucking the bitch titties? No. So I know Shauna had never even been with another girl. So this is the first time she done got her pussy ate in the scenario. And so has Shauna got her titty sucked while she getting her coochie ate by a stud? No. So by tranny? No. So I'm adding a particular flavor that only I can add. And this is a moment she's going to remember. I'm pretty sure Shauna told that story, baby. I used to know a trans woman when I was in high school, and baby, we did some freaks. That's a story she could tell to her homegirls or her daughters when she get younger, when they get older. Whatever it is, that's something that she's going to remember for the rest of her life. A moment. That's my, I don't want to say fetish, but I guess it would be doing something that we haven't done, doing something that I haven't creating a fucking moment. I went to fucking Ireland. I've talked about this. The whole purpose of me going to Ireland is because in 2009, I, for the first time in my life, ran across a YouTuber who was a black man who was Irish. I had never, ever, ever met a black Irishman. I had never saw a black person with that particular accent. And it sparked a fantasy for me in 2009. And so you take that fantasy, save it in your brain. And I didn't know whenever I was going to go to Ireland, but I know that I want to find a black man who got an Irish accent and have him, because that's hot to me. And so my fantasy was to go to fucking a pub in Ireland, drink some Guinness, and take a black Irishman home with me and have him. And what did I do for my birthday in Ireland? Go to a pub, order me a Guinness, find me a fine ass black man, and take him with the Irish accent and take him home and have him. That's what I did. That is the vibe. That's creating a moment for myself. That literally was the whole point. Now, did I do other stuff? Did I go to the museums? Did I do a tour? Absolutely, I did all that stuff. But the reason why I'm coming to Ireland was a fucking fantasy that I stored in my head in 2009. His name, I don't even know if he has a page no more. His name he wasn't that attractive, but he was cute. I think his name on YouTube, I think he might have even blocked me. Y'all search for him. His name is Black Irishman. That all one word. I think he might have blocked me, so I might not be able to find him. Y'all tell me when y'all look him up. His name on YouTube was Black Irishman. But that was his actual name on YouTube. It wasn't just a I don't see him, but I think he blocked me, so I can't even see him if he still is on here. Is this somebody named, when y'all Google, on YouTube, is it somebody named Black Irishman? Because that was what his name was. I started watching it. It started off good, but I went to what am I currently watching? I'm rewatching Interview with a Vampire, and I've been caught up in that. Because I think the new season, I don't know, not the new season, but I've been caught up in the rewatching Interview with a Vampire. He got a beard. I don't know what he got now. That was 2009, child. He could have so much stuff. But his actual name on YouTube was Black Irish Dude. I think it was Black Irish Man or Black Irish Dude. Yeah, it was Black Irish Man or Black Irish Dude. That was his actual username. And I don't see him. But I think he blocked me because I was saying nasty stuff in his comments. Yeah, he was like a comedian dude. So yeah, anyway, my point is I don't think it changed me. I'm still attracted to cishet men all the time. But sometimes I'm in the moment, I might do some stuff that I normally wouldn't do to create a moment. Period. That's also what made me a good escort. Doing things in the moment. So yeah, I don't think alcohol. I think alcohol affects certain people in a different way. So I think that there are some people who get on alcohol, they get drunk, and then it's like, oh. But I also be thinking sometimes they be pretending. Oh, I'm feeling so freaky because I'm drunk. Oh, I feel like sometimes that be they not that drunk. They know what the fuck they doing, but they're playing off like they drunk. Oh, damn, I'm drunk. I could do anything. I know a lot of girls have had this where a nigga come over, oh, I've been drinking. Oh, yeah, I could do so much. Really, they want you to fuck them in the ass. But they don't want to say that they want you to fuck them in the ass. But they like, oh, I'm drunk. I could do anything. Oh, I think I'm ready. I could try all kinds of stuff that I normally don't try. Wink, wink. I sent you a picture. Is that him? No, that's not him. He cute though. He kind of look like him, but that's not him. He's a little bit lighter than that. He's dark skinned. He's darker than me, but lighter than him. But yeah, dudes, honey. Yeah, he's cute though. Nah, he didn't come up for me. But he might have closed down his account. I don't know. But that's how I got that. That's what sparked the fantasy in my mind. And so I created the fantasy for myself. That was the vibe I was on for my birthday. Um What else? So yeah, I think there's some people who I don't know. I just know that I'm not totally, even when I'm drunk, I'm coherent to a certain extent. Oh, I wasn't there for that. That wasn't a fantasy at all. I always think of Middle Eastern men as musty and stinky, so I don't really have any fantasies that revolve around them. Now, I did mess around with this Middle Eastern man um once. He was like 22, and he lived in these apartments not far from me, like a block and a half away. Like, you go a block this way and then go up the street a block, and it's like, so 2 blocks away from me. um and we met on one of the apps, and the way he was talking to me was so worshipy, like real worshipy. And when you worship me, baby, it's that gets my loins going. No, he wasn't a trick. Um, we were like, the way he was talking to me was on some to my core. I'm never blackout drunk. Yeah, I'm never blackout drunk. No. To my core, I am a femme dom. So I'm a feminine dom, a soft dom. I'm not like beat your ass. I'm not that. But a dude who is like very worshipy, my queen, mistress, not necessarily mistress, but if you feed my ego a certain way, you'll have me eating out your hand. Like, you gotta, it's real worshipy. That's the best word I can describe it. Real worshipy. So, but you have to be attractive though. It can't be like some ugly man. Oh yes. No, you have to be attractive, and it has to be. It's a certain finesse that you have to have. And so the way he was talking to me, I was like, oh, I don't really fuck with Arab men like that. So no, thank you. But he kept going and was giving me more. I was like, let me see what that piece is giving. Because he was gorgeous. He actually, also, what actually turned me off about him is that he was actually kind of too pretty. Like, he just was a pretty boy. His hair was down to his shoulders. He had that classic pretty ass low cut beard. He had that classic big ass Arab nose, but he had a strong ass jawline, but he had hair down to his shoulders. And he just was just a very gorgeous. He was gorgeous, but I don't really be liking pretty boys like that. But his talk was like tantalizing. And so I was like, let me see what that piece is giving. And so he sent me a picture of that piece. Woo! That piece was huge. And it wasn't just huge, it was pretty. Like, you see one of them pieces, it's like beautiful. And I was like, maybe the piece is big, it'll take you over the top. So I had to decide, do I want to tell my tea or not tell my tea? I decided not to tell my tea. And so he came over and he nutted like so stupid fast. So stupid fast. It was the latest. So stupid fast. And he was apologizing. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so excited. So I never had him again. Do Arab men be uncut? No, they usually are cut. Religiously, they be cut. They be circumcised. It's the Catholic niggas that be uncut. Yeah, he had a big old pretty piece. It was about like 2013, 14, somewhere around there. And that was the first Arab dude that I hooked up with. And so, yeah, I don't be really. I don't really be on the Arab persuasion like that. And so when I was in Egypt, there wasn't nobody who was, I didn't see nothing fine in Egypt. Nothing. I didn't even meet anybody. Yeah, I don't even remember meeting anybody. Oh, one of our waiters on the boat was fine as shit. There was a waiter on the boat that was fine as hell. But there was no time where we was by ourselves at all. Yeah, there was a fine boy that was a waiter, but he was at work. A tank's musty but uncut. They booties be too big too. They have hips. Yeah, I can't do anything that stank. Any kind of smells, baby, no ma'am. I don't like anything stank. I know some people like musty ass nuts or whatever that little thing. It's not just musty, stinky musty, but it's a little musk. I don't like none of that. I don't like. I like you to smell like you washed before you came. You don't need to smell like cologne and perfume, but you need to smell like you washed. Yeah, some people like that. I don't like that. When you stank, it makes me think that you didn't care enough about me to wash your tail before you come. It's similar how I think of it similar to like if a bitch came to a fucking you said you wanted her to go out on a date and she came in some sweatpants and a bonnet to the date. That's how I feel like when niggas don't wash their ass to come see me. Because if I know a man is coming over, I'm going to get prepared. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to smell good. I'm going to douche. I'm going to do all the stuff I need to do to make sure that my body is an experience. And so if you don't do the same thing, that's late to me. Yeah, that's tired. I don't like that. Mm-mm. Unless it's some type of, but even that, I done told y'all the story about Patrick, baby. I done been in situations that I'm just in it. So let me get you on my roster. But if I can help it, I need you to be fresh and clean. I don't like them. Don't like no stank and must. Stank and must. No, thank you. I had a Turkish man with a pink Pringle can. I still think about it. Come on, Pringle can. That's a big meat. A Pringle can. No, thank you. That's too big. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm not My sexual prowess is not as diverse as many other people's. I usually like the same shit all the time. There's a couple of light-skinned boys. Sprinkled here and there, but it's mostly dark-skinned men. Who else? Usually my age or older. I had a couple of young dudes. A couple of sprinkled here and there. But not typical. I usually like young dudes make me feel old. I don't like the feeling of feeling old. When you make me feel like I'm a cougar, like, ooh, auntie, that don't turn me on. I saw a man in the liquor store yesterday and thought of you. He was 66. Why that make you? Why a old 60-year-old man make you think of me? 6'6"? Oh yeah, that's my type. I love a reformed hood nigga. Yeah. I remember I met this dude in the airport and he was so tall and he was a tall and chocolate African boy. And we were vibing so much that in the moment I said I want to take him under the escalators and gobble that meat. And that's what I did because it was a moment. And I took him under escalator because I knew it was a blind spot that none of the cameras can get to. Honey, I took him right under that fucking escalator and gobbled him the fuck up. Yeah, I'm more about the moment. That's really kind of what it is. Mm. But back to the point I was going to make. I'm sorry, we went on a tangent. I think everybody, just because you can clock somebody as trans, doesn't mean that everybody can clock somebody as trans as easily as you. That's number one. There's so many factors that play a part in whether or not you clock somebody. Lighting, their hair, their makeup, their height, their voice, your history. Sober, drunk or sober. I hear DR is a good vacation spot for sickening trade. It is. I was falling in love in Dominican Republic. Wanted to be gay tan, baby. Slanging dick and Bucci to everybody. Yeah, she ain't that hit. Dominicans look so dirty to me. Really? Only kind of Dominicans that look dirty to me is the ones that look like Jim Jones. It's not they look dirty, they look dingy. My waiter at my resort, his name was Jonathan. He was so fine. He looked like Dennis Hubert, like a young version. I wanted to have him so bad. But I also don't like to try to holler at niggas. That ain't my style either. I like you to holler at me. You haven't been to Washington Heights in the barbershops if they all look dirty to you. Yeah, if they look like Jim Jones, I don't care how good his hair is, I don't care how he's trimmed up. He always looked dingy to me. Always. Now, if you Dominican like Jarrell Jerome, the one that played Corey Wise on Moonlight, his friend that kissed him. If you that kind of Dominican, that's the yummy kind. But the Jim Jones kind, no thank you. Who is Dennis Hubert? Dennis Hubert, I think I said his name right. He plays Whitney Houston's boyfriend on Waiting to Excel. The one that had the wife. The is it Allstate man? I think he on Allstate commercials too. I might be saying his name wrong. Is it Dennis Hubert? Maybe I'm saying his name wrong. What's his name? Dennis Hubert, Waiting to Exhale. Haysbert, yes. I was saying it wrong. Haysbert. Yes, think of him young though, like young. When he young and fine, like in his 20s. Not 20s, like in his late 20s or early 30s. Yeah, he looked like him. He's so fine. That's my type. Yummy. This when he was young. I love him. Leon Robinson too from that movie. Leon is sexy. I'm trying to think of when I liked Leon. I think was it Waiting to Exhale? Um, I thought I liked Leon before Waiting to Exhale. What other movies was Leon in? I know he was in the Five Heartbeats. When he in he was David Ruffin, but no, I like wasn't he in the Jamaican bobsled movie? Wasn't he in the what's the movie when he was bobsledding? Wasn't he in that? I think that's where I fell in. When he what was the movie about the Jamaican bobsled boys? Cool Running. Yeah, wasn't he in that? When did that come out? When did Cool Running the movie come out?
In the United States of America, Cool Runnings was released on October 1st, 1993.
Yeah, that's when I fell in love with him. He was in Cool Runnings. Yeah, I said yes. This is when I fell in love with this Leon is who I fell in love with. That is my T. Love him. Cool Runnings. And that dude with the dreads was super cute. Yeah. That's my type. I love that. Hmm. Yeah, I like men that don't look ambiguously black. I like you to look like that. A nigga. I know Cynthia was eating that up, baby. Mm. Google Leon when he was in Oz. Um, mm-mm. Yeah, he looked cute, but I don't. These dreads and shit. I mean, these braids and shit. Mm-mm. That make him look like he a part of Wu Tang. I don't like that. I like when he have his little coif, his little box or something, little curls, little S curl. Yeah, Cynthia had her daughter with him. That's her baby daddy. But yeah, Jim Jones is the dusty kind of Dominican. No, Dennis Haysbert is not Dominican, but the dude in the Dominican Republic who I was in love with, that I thought was sickening, looked it like him. Mm-mm. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote. That's what I was always thinking. And when I was there, all these black folks that don't want to be black. Let's see, Lord, please don't get that stuck in my head again. That was it. All right, what else going on? Y'all ready to get up out this country? Y'all see the kids, they are wearing the kids out. Do you watch Real House of Potomac? Any thoughts on Wendy? No, I don't watch Real House of Potomac. I can't watch that because yeah, I can't watch that one. It's I don't like how people talk about colorism in that show. And so I don't watch it. Because it triggers me. Because I think people blame a lot of stuff that's not colorism on colorism, even though colorism exists. And there's some elements, it's like, bitch, you being a colorist. And there's some elements is, bitch, you trying it. So I'm trying you. But because of the critique around colorism on House of Potomac, I can't enjoy it. It's weird. So I don't watch it. Where you gonna go, Jenny? It's a real weird elitist mindset on that show. I mean, ain't that how all Real Housewives of Potomac are? Elitist? I'm not Potomac. Real Housewives, all the franchise. It's about who got what, who got the biggest house, who got the biggest this, who got the biggest that. Ain't that's what it's about? Who got the best husband? Who got the richest husband? Who don't got a husband? Ain't that classic? Yeah. I want to be. I'm thinking about Da Nang in Vietnam. Da Nang. I have some people in Bangkok. I have some people in all the Southeast. There's a couple of people I know in the South Asia. I would go to school in Dublin. Anywhere Dublin, Netherlands, I would love to go to school there. I had a good time, man. I recommend all Black people go to Dublin. Because it's a different kind of white people there, man. Cool ass white people. When would you start seriously consider leaving the U.S.? I'm seriously considering it right now. I'm literally purging my house right now. I think people don't understand that my state is like an extreme red state. And so our attorney general just released a statement about them cracking down and busting Antifa sales. So they are trying to, they're using the Charlie Kirk thing to really wear people out. Yeah, search. He released a press release on October the 7th. Here you go. I'm about to send it to y'all so y'all can read. So I want y'all to read it. Yeah, so I'm going to Vietnam in December. In December, I'm going to test it out. Not test it out, but well, yeah, basically. So I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over in the middle of December once everything all the stuff done with work. I think I have an event here in December on the 11th. I think I know a Normal Anomaly is giving me a visibility award on the 11th. So if you're in Houston, come to the Normal Anomaly Gala. And so when that's all said and done, the next week, I'm going to go fly to Tokyo. And then I'm flying to Hanoi. I think if you're trans or immigrant, I don't know what's going on, but I think I talked about this before. Every time I watch documentaries about a fascist regime, when I watch Nazi documentaries and they interview people, the people who they interview always say, I wish that we had left sooner. I wish that we knew that it was getting this bad. I wish that we they always say I wish. And so I don't want to be a person that is saying I wish. Especially now while I got a cute little savings. I got a cute savings account. All my credit cards are down, are paid off. I don't have no high balance on my credit cards. I got a cute savings. I'm in a good place. At least if I wait. And also I am in a situation where I'm an entrepreneur and my money is being drastically affected by divestment from DEI. So they're cutting grants, they're cutting people are not supporting trans projects like they were for the past 5 years, 10 years. They are not investing in consulting about trans projects. If you remember, when they were doing trans work, they would hire trans people to come on and talk about and guide them in their work to make sure they're not putting bullshit out. That's because people are not doing trans related projects. That kind of consulting work has been decimated. So there's a lot of ways that I was making money that has been cut out. And it has not affected me in the sense of I'm close to being, like homeless, but I'm seeing the drastic difference in how much money I was making 2 years ago compared to how much money I'm making now and opportunities that I'm having now. This year for Pride is the first time in the past 15 years that I did not have a booking for Pride. That has never happened. Pride June for me was always like the Super Bowl. That's when you made your most money. It's Pride. You got this speaking engagement. You got this. You got this year was the first time in 15 years that I didn't have any bookings for Pride. That's unheard of for me. And so it gives me kind of the divestment. and so for me, while I have a cute little nest, I can't wait until it gets bad and I ain't got no money. No, while I got some coins, I can mail my basic shit to my brother, put some shit in the storage. You get what I'm saying? I can prepare to do what I need to do. I can prepare and do what I need to do in order to you know what I'm saying? I got enough resources to go somewhere and see it and chest it out and figure out, do I want to go here? 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 Yeah. And so my lease is up in the spring. So if I can use this time to, let me see. Let me go and see. And see what it gives and be like, ooh, I don't like this. I ain't never been over there. Other than going to the Maldives, but that was for like vacation. I want to go and see what the people in the apartments. I want to go explore the living, not it's not going to be a vacation. I want to go explore the living shit situation. And so I want to go to Tokyo. I want to go to Vietnam. I want to go to Bangkok, and I want to go to Cambodia. Because I got a homeboy living in Cambodia, and he's in a luxury condo spending $250 a month. You know what I can do if I had $200? That's cheaper. $250 a month is cheaper than my rent in my very first apartment in 97. My very first apartment was $315. That's cheaper than that. So if I go to somewhere and I ain't gotta lose, and I'm thinking like, well, how are you living for 250? He was like, Diamond, it's not a change in it's not a change in quality of life. You got the internet, you got the internet, you got you got power, you got everything, and it's fancy and fire. He was like, I got a swimming pool, I got laundry mat, I got laundry in my apartment, I got they got a gym. He was like, it's like a luxury condo apartment for $250. I was like, oh. And he was like, and it's because I didn't choose to live in the city. I lived a little in a suburb, a little small place outside of the city. But it's okay because their train systems work super, super good. So you can get in and out of the city like it's nothing. And I was like, oh, let me come over there and see what it's giving, because $250 a month sounds love. And the food is super cheap. What I would pay at a restaurant $15 to $20, they paying $2 and $3 for, like, you get a bowl of pho, a fruit drink, for $2 fucking dollars. Like, your cost of living is drastically different in some of these places. And so while I have some money, what would you do for work? The same thing. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. Same thing that I would do here. Everything I do is based online. I don't work for anybody. I haven't worked for anybody since 2019. I've been doing contract work since 2019. And so I can still do contract work. I can still do, and it won't have to be dependent. They had good 5G way before America did. Right. Yeah, it's a different time. So yeah, I want to go explore and see what it gives before it get bad. And it ain't about trading in your citizenship. Get you an Asian man. Asian men don't like black girls like that. Some of them do, but definitely not no big black girl. I think that's the most ooh, I love this. This is one of my favorite Fendi lipsticks. I love them. No, I wouldn't be surprised that I would find a few, but in general, but um, I'm sure I can find somebody, but do I want them? I'm not somebody that's into Asian men. I'm not into Asian men. So I really don't care what they like. For real, for real. So I'm in the hopes that it might be an ex-military man that might be there. The staring and touching will piss you off over there. I don't think the places that I'm gonna be is gonna give you all of that. There are certain places that are remote, like in China, that they don't see a lot of black people. But the places that I'm going, that I would look into, there's black people that live there, where you ain't gonna be getting touched. Oh, you might get stared at if you look super different. I'm gonna be like a mandolier. Oh, child, I don't want to be nothing like that lady. Not at all. Tons of them ex-military. I know it's tons of them in that area. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I like black people. I like black culture. So the issue that I am going to have and what I am looking for is when I go to these places, is there pockets of black shit that I can fucking do that's going to remind me of home? Because that is what's going to affect my mental health if I'm totally disconnected from my family, friends, culture. I'm not somebody who fetishizes other cultures. I like being a nigga. I like being with niggas. I like nigga shit. So when I come to a place and I can't find the niggas, the niggers, all the things, I'm going to be depressed. So that will affect my mental health. So why I'm going over there to figure it out first is to see if I can go over there and find something I can get into. Thailand has more niggas that are entrenched. Yeah, a lot of people, what I've learned is dudes that go over there, most of them don't be fucking with black girls anyway. They go over there because they fetish Asian women. But I like the idea of being immersed in a place that speaks another language so I can learn how to speak another language. I'm definitely tantalized by the idea of um, the cost of living. If the cost of living is super low, it gives me more room to play. It gives me more room to go do stuff. And also, that is the era of my life that I'm in. I want to be in retired auntie life. I want to cook and have a garden and have little get-togethers, invite people over my house for little tea parties, and I done cooked for them. And that's kind of where I'm at. Um, there's a lot of because I've lived where I live since 2011. I've been here for years. And so I have accumulated things that I fucking love, but I can't travel with them. So I'm going to try to purge. Um, but there's going to be some stuff that I got to give up. And so, yeah. But yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I shouldn't have to do this. But yeah, it's just they're turning up the you wouldn't put it in storage. Yeah, I can put it in storage, but it's gonna get to a point, I know me, where I'm like, I'm paying for this storage and I'm not even going back. What am I paying for the storage for if I'm not because I can't see if I spend my money to make a move to another country, I'm not coming back to this motherfucker. Yeah, I'm not coming. If I spend my money to go live somewhere else, I'm starting a new life. I'm about to explore. I've been feeling a lot of grief about making these decisions. So have I. Absolutely. I work in storage. It's a scam. Please don't give them people your money. How is it a scam? Explain that. What's the scam? What's the way they scamming you? What about getting it stored in a shipping container? Um, I don't know. I'm still in the process of thinking about it. I'm purging things that I don't actually care about. Um, anything that I don't want, I think I'm gonna box up. Not that I don't want. Things that I do want, but I don't want to be traveling with, I am going to ship to my brother because there's certain things that I have that have sentimental value, um, like my woman dress. I'm never gonna give up that. I'm never gonna give that up. Um, even though I can't fit it no more. But it's certain things that I have. It's just a bunch of things that I have that that I want. So I have to condense down 15 years of living to what do I want to travel with and take with me? What do I want to save? Um and I've never and it's not like I have never started over again. And so what does my life this is what my life looked like here. What does my life look like if I live somewhere else? I feel like it would totally change me in the sense of not totally change me, but my priorities and what I want to do would change. Like like now I'm exploring another country. I'm exploring what this part of the world has to offer. It would be a super positive change. Like it would be all right, similar to what I did when I first came to Houston. I came to Houston with nothing and just revamped how I maneuvered in the world. My homegirl moved to New Zealand and the shipping container cost her like $25K. Yeah, that's expensive. That's expensive. So there were certain things that I would want to keep that are important to me. But there's also a part of me that's like, take you core clothes, like core clothes that you want to wear, that you want to be tipping around, comfortable in. And yeah, I'm not, part of me is like, girl, fuck all this shit. This is because it's also an element of how you think about it. So yeah, the reason for this shit is bullshit, but I be trusting the universe. I be trusting the universe. I worked at Bath and Body Works for fucking 9 years, and because of my trauma, I wouldn't have left the job because I don't quit jobs, and I wouldn't have got fired because I'm really, really good at my job. So I prayed a year before 2019 when I left it and asked the Lord, like, yo, I want to be doing something else that I feel more passionate about, but I'm scared. Like I just prayed about it. And a year later, whole life. Whole life said and started to fall into place to where I can leave that job. And I did. Was I scared thinking, how am I going to make it without my job? And shit just started falling into place. And I've been being an entrepreneur since 2019. And so now, even though it's bullshit with the government, with Trump, with this might be just the boost for me to take my ass out the country. I've been talking about living out the country for a long time. And just out of fear, because I am a bitch that likes stability. You got to remember, I grew up with a mother who was not stable, who was in her addiction. We was moving to Boston, moving to Indianapolis, move to Mississippi, move here, move to this apartment complex, move here. We were all over the place. I was not stable. Didn't go to the group home. Had to move from this group home to another group home. I've never, until I hit adulthood, had stability. That's why I hate moving so much. And so, so just out of my trauma and fear, I wouldn't do it. Like I just can't see myself prior to these moments. I couldn't see myself just giving up everything and moving somewhere. So the universe has to put me in a situation that will force me to do it. And I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like what's happening in the world is forcing me out of my comfort zone. And I'm like, maybe this is a time that I asked for, like, yo, what if let's try it and see. Go see what's up. And that's what I'm doing. What about the politics in other countries? Yeah, that comes with your research in the country that you are dealing with. And so I'm not thinking about going to countries that have bad politics for trans people. And my research includes people who are from that country, talking to other trans women who live there, talking to other expats that live there. So I'm not just willy-nilly just choosing someplace. I'm choosing places that have good visa laws, good visa processes. Um, the cost of living is low. It got Black people there. I've been doing researches about places that I want to go. And I have people there. There are places that I'm going that I already know people there that can give me a footing. So yeah. But it's forcing you to do something you want to do, travel the world. Exactly. It's forcing me in that situation where when normally I wouldn't just do it out of fear. But now it's like you're forcing yourself to figure it out, forcing yourself to research and do it. Everywhere is gonna have issues, but it's choosing one that's better than where you are right now. Right. Yeah. And because I want a very low key life, there's just a couple of places that are like, ooh, this feels like a Diamond, this is smart. Project 2025 promises to label transgender as mentally deranged. And then when you're mentally deranged, they can lock you up in asylums. Now, do I think that that's happening within the next, I don't know how fast it's going to come, but do I see it coming? Yes. So, why not dip on out while you're ready instead of waiting and then bam, something happened where you're forced. While you can have some cushion and prepare. Keep my voter registration so I can come back and be petty and vote. Once I came here, I knew I was going to be here long because it's my favorite kind of city. I like the South. I like the city. And then Houston is 3 to 4 hours from every city in America. I can get to New York in 3 hours. I can get to Seattle in 3 hours. I can get to LA in 3 hours. I can get to Florida in 3 hours. I can get to everywhere, Chicago in 2.5. I can get everywhere in the country in less than 3 hours. So Houston was perfect for me. The food, the people, the South, the city, Houston was perfect. I knew I was going to stay here for a long time once I came here because it was everything that I love about America. The food, the niggas, the music, the drag, the queer life. It was everything. I knew I was going to stay here for a long time. Mm-hmm. Yes, I love it. Well, all right, y'all. I'm about to get up out of here and finish watching Interview with a Vampire, the series. Make sure y'all thumbs up. Make sure y'all go check out my interview with Jasmine Tasaki and let me know what you think in the comments. I think we had a really, really good conversation. This month is going to be filled with a bunch of interviews because Marsha's Plate, we always, if you've been with me for a long time, you know we go on break in October, so we don't record in October. It is a break for all the people involved. And so I have pre-recorded interviews ready to come out in this month. So a couple of they will be coming out every Thursday until the 3rd when we come back to recording. So got a tons of great interviews for you already recorded, already beautiful conversations, and it will add to the archive of trans people and queer people. Yeah, so but yeah. Make sure y'all check it out and thumbs it up. And y'all know about hyping up videos now. They got this little thing that you can press where you can hype videos. Make sure y'all do that. I'm new to it, so I didn't get to tell y'all. But yeah, make sure you hype the video if you like it. What else? What else is going on? My traveling, I will be in Albuquerque next week. So if you in Albuquerque, let me know. I will be in Albuquerque. If you're coming to Afrotech here in Houston, it's going to be the 27th through the 30th. Turn the fuck up. Last year was fire. So if you are a nerd and you into black nerds, come to Afrotech. I'm going to be here and it's going to be so fucking fun. Afrotech is the 27th through the 30th. If you are in Baltimore, I'm not going to be there because I got to work. But if you are in Baltimore and you into black podcasts, go to Afro and Audio's podcast festival, which is the 16th through the 19th in Baltimore, Maryland. It is going to be at their I don't know who it's named after. I can't remember, but it's their Black History Museum there. They had it there last year and I loved it. Wait, no way what you're doing in Albuquerque. I'm on the board of Transgender Law Center and we will be there working. We're having a retreat. I went to Albuquerque last year around this time. I did a speaking engagement at Albuquerque Community College. That community college is real fire out there. I did a speaking engagement there. They paid really well. And I had a good time. And what people don't know about Albuquerque is a blue state. Like right next to this big ass red state. They're like a blue state and they got abortion protections enshrined in their constitution. So it's kind of dope in Albuquerque. That shit. What else? I will vote. Make sure you're registered to vote because voting is on the 4th of November. In your local elections, there could be some propositions happening, all kinds of stuff. Make sure you know. I will vote for Donald Trump. I hope you won't. But that was a bop. They shared it for that bop. Reginald F. Lewis Museum in Baltimore. Thank you. That might be the name of it. I thought it was a woman, but if it's Reginald, yes. Yes. I'm not gonna be at the Afro Audios podcast. I'm not gonna be there. So I wasn't saying I was being there. I was saying if you are into it, go to it. I'm not gonna be there though, because I gotta be in Albuquerque. But if you're in Houston and like nerdy shit, Afrotech is here this year, every year. Interesting and cheap, most importantly. Oh yeah, CMC is great. And yes, I used to drive Uber and would take women to abortion clinics from the airport because of the laws here. I am voting for Mandani in New York. Trump gonna get our asses for that. But all right, y'all. I will talk to y'all. I don't know when I'm gonna hop on. But yes, make sure y'all thumbs up, and I will talk to y'all later. Bye bye.